Hello, good morning, welcome everyone. I'm Councillor Chris Atwell, Chair of the Planning Committee. Limited seating has been made available, however, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they so wish. The public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust's fire marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed and everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly they do not wish to be recorded. Please can everyone use the microphones and remember to switch them off when you have finished, otherwise the camera will remain on you. If there is any voting, please can members keep their hands raised clearly until the number of votes have been stated. Okay, let's do some introductions. If I start with members, Hannah.
Good morning, Councillor Hannah Brentford, Drayton and Farlington.
Thank you, Hannah. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm Councillor Lee Hunt. I represent Nelson Ward, which covers Tipner, Buckland, Stamshaw and North End.
Thank you, Lee. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. John Smith, Eastern Craneswater Ward.
Good morning, John.
Judith Smythe, St Jude Ward and Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you, Judith. I think Councillor Hunt might have something to say about that, but it's...
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I was at Prost.
Old habits style.
So sorry. Judith Smythe, St Jude Ward.
Thank you, Judith.
Mary Valley, Cosham and Wimmering.
Thank you, Mary.
Asghar Shah.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
Sorry. Asghar Shah, Cosham Labour Councillor.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Jonathan Jackson, Milton and Eastney.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Peter. Members, officers?
Good morning, I'm Kieran Laven and I'm one of the Council's planning solicitors.
Thank you, Kieran.
Good morning, Ian Maguire, Assistant Director for Planning and Economic Growth.
Thank you, Ian.
Good morning, Edward Chetwin-Stelton, the Planning Officer, Case Officer for the first item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward.
Alison Harper, Democratic Services.
And thank you, Alison. If I could ask those people giving deputations today, people intending to speak, to introduce themselves and the item that you'll be giving a deputation on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Hector and I'll be speaking on behalf of local residents that live in Tipner and Stamshaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hector.
Hello, my name's Henry Thorpe and I'm here to talk on behalf of the Oriel Road Residents Association in regards to Shadwell Road and the other HMOs on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Russell Simpson, Hillsey Ward, will be speaking on Shadwell and Thurban Road.
Thank you.
Maisie Durran, I'm here today on behalf of Applecore PDM. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Simon Hill. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 232 Queens Road.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Good morning. My name's Cliff Lane from Savills Planning. I represent Bellway Homes and I'm here to speak on Tipner East.
Thank you, Mr. Lane.
Councillor Daniel Weems, Hillsey Ward, and I'm here to speak on Shadwell, both Shadwells, Thurburn and Wickham Road.
Thank you, Councillor Weems.
Councillor Benedict Swan, Copner and Anchorage Park Ward, and I'm here to speak on 39 Wickham Road.
And thank you, Councillor Swan. Okay, I think that's everybody.
Chairman, apologies. Councillor Simpson, we have you down from 137 London Road as well. Is that an error? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, apologies. Alison?
Got apologies from Councillor Raymond Dent.
Okay, thank you. Any other apologies from the floor?
Yeah, I am very sorry, but I'm carer for my mother-in-law and I have to go at 12:30 to walk back and give her a lunch.
And I think we'll make as much progress as we can. Anybody else need to leave to do anything else today? No? Okay, thank you. Members, any declarations of interest for today's agenda? No? Thank you. Okay, we've changed the running order slightly to accommodate people and other things that need to happen today. But we'll start with Tipner East, which is the non-HMO application today. Minutes, thank you, Karen. Yeah, minutes from previous meeting, members. We happy?
But I propose them if you like. I was here.
Yes, thank you, Lee. Anybody wish to second that was here last time? Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Karen. I shall sign those afterwards. Thank you. Okay. Edward.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So this application on screen now was previously presented to you at the committee on the 31st of May. However, as you will recall, following discussion at that meeting, it was deferred so that your officers could obtain further information in respect of the flood risk mitigation, particularly if the seawall is not built, predicted traffic volumes, the presentation to include some clearer illustrations showing the locations of buildings, high buildings, the two-bedroom properties, green areas and landscaping in general, and some further clarification on traffic through the site. As shown on screen in front of you is the site outline. The site extends to 3.17 hectares, about 7.8 acres. And there it is with the proposed layout superimposed upon it and in colour. Some photographs of the site in its current condition. Sorry?
Ever so sorry, can we use the microphone so we can all hear what everyone's saying?
We need time to look at these. They're being flashed in front of us, and I can't see what we're talking about.
Apologies, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, so let me go back to the beginning then. So the site area is, as I said, about 7.8 acres to the north of the city. To the west here is the Park and Ride site. To the north is the proposed Vivid development that was approved earlier this year, and to the south is the existing housing development at the end of Tipner Lane and Target Road, and to the east is Twyford Avenue with the Mountbatten Centre further to the east there. That was with the proposed layout superimposed upon it, and hopefully slightly clearer is that layout in colour. So 221 dwellings, new accesses from Tipner Lane and onto Twyford Avenue, internal access roads, cycleways, open space, parking, etc. As set out in the report on the agenda. Here are some photographs of the site in its current condition. And then moving on to the first item that information was lacking on previously. So in respect of flood risk, this is all set out in the officer report on the agenda. As you can see from the slide in front of you, most of the site is shaded white, in other words, is in flood zone 1, which is low risk. There is an element of the site in the northwest corner here, which is pale blue, that is flood zone 2, which is defined as medium probability flood risk, land having between 1 and 0.1% annual probability of, in terms of sea flooding, rather, I correct myself, between 0.5 and 0.1% annual probability of sea flooding. There being no substantive rivers in the area, the risk is from, obviously, sea incursion from Tipner Lake. In order to, and as set out in the report, but just to briefly summarise, the development will be built at 4.6 metres above ordnance datum. The maximum predicted flood height predicted forward to 2115 is 4.3 metres above ordnance datum. So that we've taken on advice, obviously, from the Environment Agency on this, and that the 4.6 metre floor level will therefore provide a sort of 30 centimetre clearance above the maximum predicted 2115 flood level. The Environment Agency raised no objection to the development on that basis, obviously, and if that permission is granted, recommending conditions that floor levels are set no lower than 4.6 metres AOD. It should also be noted that as the scheme is not immediately adjacent to Tipner Lake, there would not be any risk of flooding due to wave overtopping of cedar fences, and indeed flood protection of this scheme is not reliant on the proposed new development immediately to the north, and will be protected in its own right by virtue of the ground levels, of the floor levels being at 4.6 metres AOD. So I hope that clarifies that issue. Moving on to the scheme, this table sets out the housing mix, 41 one-bed units, 133 two-bed units and 47 three-bed units, 221 units in total, 154 market, 67 affordable, and that complies with the Council's policy requirement of 30% of the scheme. This slide shows the location of the affordable housing units within the development. And then this slide shows the proposed mix, the layout of the proposed mix. So the blue shading is one-bed units, the yellow shading are the two-bed units, and the purple mauve shading are the three-bed units. In terms of building heights, recognising that the current development to the south, existing housing development, is mainly two-storey, occasionally two-storey with rooms in the roof, whereas the proposed Vivid scheme to the north that has a resolution to grant permission rises to 11 storeys. This site seeks to make the transition between those two sort of character areas, if you like, with the 2.5 storey dwellings, the blue and the yellow shading predominantly in the southern part of the site, I should clarify, the pale blue, light blue shading and the yellow shading predominantly in the south of the site. The mauve shading, the 3-storey blocks, there's one there adjacent to the junior school boundary, and then a couple further within the mid part of the site. And then the red shading is 3-storey with rooms in the roof, so 3.5 storey, and then the darker blue, the blocks adjacent to the northern boundary are the 4-storey blocks to make the transition across into the Vivid development. That again just explains a bit more the design rationale of the site, which hopefully I've explained. This slide shows the proposed green spaces within the site, so a combination of private gardens and communal open spaces, and road verges and parking areas greened up where there is opportunity to do so. This slide, apologies, isn't very clear, but it shows the parking provision within the site, combination of allocated spaces and carports and garages under flats, or flats over garages to be technical, but garages, so carports underneath flats, and then visitor parking and electricity vehicle charging points and so on. This clarifies hopefully the issue that was raised at the previous meeting about the legal restriction that exists on the site in the form of a restrictive covenant. It should be noted that the covenant issue is sort of a matter outside of planning, and Therefore, it will be demarcated, or the applicant is proposing to demarcate it through a combination of either planters or rising bollards. And if the legal restriction, and that can be secured by planning condition, if the legal restriction can be removed and the bus loop that is proposed is needed and supported, a bus gate can be required by the council, and that can be secured by the 106 agreement if planning permission is granted. Moving on to the slides, these show section lines through the site, which I've illustrated in these slides, which show the street scenes of the proposed development. So, going back to the previous slide, AA and BB are these longitudinal sections along the northern boundary of the site there, and along the arterial road or spine road rather, to Twyford Avenue on the southern boundary. So that's AA on the top and BB underneath. CC and DD, sorry, I'm going to have to go back again, are crossways sections north to south, or south to north rather, from the end of Target Road and within the development there. Showing how the development does rise to the northern boundary of the site adjacent to the Vivid development. And then section EE finally is across the northern end of the site. These are some CGI images supplied by the applicant to show how the development would look as built. Showing the inclusion of soft landscaping wherever there is opportunity to do so, and play areas. And finally, a visualization kindly provided by Vivid, and you will have seen this in the Vivid presentation, just an artist's impression basically of how the area will look if both schemes are built out. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Mr. Hector, 6 minutes to give your deputation.
Hello, my name is Geoffrey Hector. Thank you for this opportunity to present this deputation on behalf of some local people on the latest planning submission from Bellway, who, as well as building much needed homes, also want to open up Tipner Lane to through traffic. The latest talk of temporary bollards or planters to deter traffic is of no comfort and does not reassure residents that Tipner Lane will not become a rat run. Traffic specialists state they don't perceive there being any future significant increase in traffic that will impact on local residents. However, residents who know the area well are not so optimistic, and especially when the Vivid development is completed. Councillors on the planning committee have had the chance to read the many comments on the plan since it has first been issued. They will have noticed that the majority of the comments submitted are not against building of homes, but are mostly definitely alive to the dangers arising if Tipner Lane should be opened up to through traffic. Stamshaw Road would also be vulnerable to the effects of extra traffic, particularly the following roads: Widley, Wilson and Grunison. Those of us who have lived in Tipner during the building of the M275 and then the Parkham Ride have always felt, as one resident put it, through every proposal for development for this area over the 37 years, the City Council agreed to protect the existing Tipner Lane estate from any future plans that would increase traffic along Tipner Lane, Tipner Road. We, the local residents, believe this legal restriction on through traffic should be maintained and enforced. We are all aware that Tipner Lane is part of the Natural England Coastal Path, and it is a pleasure to see the many cyclists, joggers, dog walkers and families out for a stroll along the shore. We mustn't forget too the young children attending the school at Tipner Road, and the extra fumes they would be subjected to from even more traffic. There is a solution. There is already a temporary road from the M275 into the building site. If this could become a permanent road, it would solve many issues. Lastly, there has been much confusion regarding flood risk. Existing residents have been informed by local Nelson councillors and developers that we are at high risk of flooding in the future due to climate change, and that Stamshaw and Tipner have no choice but to accept whatever proposed development wise because the sea defences are included in the cost of the city plan. Apparently now it has been assessed it's okay to build brand new houses right next to existing homes in Tipner that were deemed high risk. What's it to be? High risk? Low risk? No risk? It seems to residents flood risk is determined on whatever risk fits the developer's business plans. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hector. Mr. Lane, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. You will recall this application was deferred at your May meeting for further information. Hopefully, the councillors received Bellway's committee update document sent last week, and much of that has just been summarised by by the case officer in his presentation. I do not intend to repeat details within the officer's report or the update document, however. I do think it is essential to elaborate further, particularly on the issues given for the deferral of the application last time. Firstly, the flood risk mitigation, particularly if the seawall is not built. The case officer has conveniently reproduced the flood risk note Bellway's advisors have prepared on this issue. Additionally, the update document sent to you demonstrates that the majority of the site is in flood zone 1, an area at lowest risk of flooding, with only a small part in flood zone 2. The flood risk note concludes that this southern part of the Tipner East site is not dependent on the seawall being completed. A condition requiring a minimum of 4.6 AOD finished floor level would be a robust response and also mirrors the recommendations from the Environment Agency. For clarity, the EA's requirement for a sea wall on the Vivid scheme comes from Vivid's proximity to Tipner Lake and potentially for overtopping waves. Vivid are following the same approach as Bellway to finish floor levels. Secondly, predicted traffic volumes. The update report sent you quotes from the environmental statement submitted with the application and concludes that the predicted traffic volumes will not have a significant effect on the highway network, subject to the proposed mitigation measures being implemented. This is the case with or without connectivity to Tipner Road. Again, the case officer has flagged in your report that Bellway have provided a further report from the highways consultants covering this issue, and it has been on your website to view. This discusses the use of Tipner Lane as an access option in relation to the application and provides data on traffic volumes. Thirdly, clearer colour maps. These were provided to the case officer in June and have been available on your website and have been used in the officer's presentation today and are included in the update report sent to you. We trust this helps provide better visualisation of the project Bellway are looking to deliver. Fourthly, an option clarifying the developer's original proposals regarding traffic. Both Bellway's latest highways report and the update report sent to you demonstrate that through passage between Tipner Lane will not initially be available due to a legal restriction, and planters are proposed to achieve this road closure whilst the legal restriction remains in place. The council can control the details of the initial device to stop motorised traffic using the east-west link through the site, which can be approved prior to commencement of works above DPC level and subsequently implemented to an agreed timetable. This could be resolved by a planning condition. In future, should the legal restriction be removed, the council calls for change. The temporary restriction can become permanent. The link could be opened completely, or a bus gate can be formed. All are options that can be triggered and secured through a Section 106 agreement. The drawings submitted show the location of where an initial closure of the road will be affected. They will also detail the planters which could be used to achieve this. Details are also given of the possible bus gate. Members, we are pleased to see the officer's report continues to recommend approval. In addition to the deferral issues raised at the last meeting, I also want to reiterate key points to the application, which represent the culmination of many years' hard work by Bellway in liaison with Homes England as landowners, Portsmouth Council officers and a design review panel, and neighbours. An approval today would enable Bellway to develop 221 new homes, including affordable, over a 3 to 5 year period starting early next year, to finally breathe new life into this vacant brownfield site that has been earmarked for development for many years. There have been many design challenges: awkward shaped site, remediation, respecting neighbouring development to the south, the high-rise Vivid development to the north, and the proposed park and ride to the west. This development has been designed as a transition between its neighbours. Bellway and Homes England have worked hard with your officers to optimise density, an increase of 44% over previous permissions. This has been done at the request of council officers in order to make the most of this scarce local brownfield resource and to boost housing supply. Part of Bellway's brief has been to meet the needs of families. They're providing 54 houses with gardens. Bellway are also providing plot-specific parking on site, striking a balance between parking for convenience and seeking to avoid causing overflow parking on nearby residential roads or within the park and ride. Bellway fully appreciate how much parking matters in the city. A well-connected, walkable neighbourhood would be established with convenient and attractive access to nearby facilities. The revised master plan also shows how the site will interact successfully with the Vivid scheme, neighbouring residential areas and the park and ride. The proposal includes street trees, pocket spaces for socialising and play, and will retain important trees and hedgerows, supplemented with new planting to enhance character and biodiversity. Ecological considerations such as nutrient offsetting, biodiversity and off-site mitigation for overwintering birds have been resolved to the satisfaction of key consultees and Natural England. To conclude, Bellway has worked collaboratively with Homes England, council officers, key consultees and Vivid to refine the scheme before you. Combined with the Vivid scheme, these proposals will define a distinct new character and identity for this part of Portsmouth as a high-quality connected waterside development for the 21st century. Bellway are committed to delivering these homes in a short time frame to deliver much needed new housing and remain excited about the opportunity. We therefore respectfully request that councillors endorse the officer recommendation to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Members, questions? Councillor Hunt.
Well, I've got a number of questions, if that's all right, and I'm going to theme them around traffic, and then around flooding and the height of the ground. And I'd like to start with the traffic issues, if I may, Edward. So we heard from Bellway just now, I've forgotten the gentleman's name. I think I got the impression that they're willing to do a condition over the bollards. Did I pick up on that correctly?
You did, Councillor, yes.
And is it correct that once a condition is made, they would have to come back to have it discharged if they didn't want it anymore?
Conditions once on a decision notice can fall into prescriptive types where they just have to do something to comply with the condition, or they are required to submit a scheme to satisfy the requirements of that condition. So in this case, with the bollards, it's likely to be that type. It's also likely to be a pre-commencement condition. In other words, something they would have to submit the details of before they put a spade in the ground. But then you're quite correct that legislation does allow for applicants to apply to have that condition removed, but that obviously then goes through the full planning process, and the merits or otherwise of having that condition removed will be debated at that point.
All right. So in your opinion, it would be wise to have that condition applied in the way that you've described?
Lee, if I could ask you to turn your microphone off when you're not speaking. Just so we can...
I will assist with that. I think because we are aware, it's outside of planning, but we are aware there is a restrictive covenant, so Bellway has a need to service that covenant. It's a legal obligation upon them, not the one we're imposing. They're going to want to put something effectively in the middle of a road. So it's quite right and proper that we put on a condition to say, tell us what you're putting in the middle of that road so that we can approve it so that it's safe and not going to cause some unintended highway issues. Obviously, it does reinforce the benefit of that covenant, but a condition to require that any details of bollards, etc., are approved by us would be perfectly reasonable to ensure that the bollards that they wish to impose for their own private law reasons can be approved from a design and utility point of view.
Right. The other thing I picked up from the Bellway deputation was that he said about the bollards that we're not. We could do this, and that this I think going through. Well, I think the gist of it was saying it was travelling through into Tipner Lane will not initially be available, presumably because they're going to put some form of block across the road. But I wonder, gentlemen, how much access is afforded to Tipner Lane from the part of the site that would be to the west of the it was about 20% of the site would be to the west of the road block.
That's correct, Councillor, yes.
They would then only have access or egress from and via a Tipner Lane and down through the road described by Mr. Geoffrey John Hector.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Could we put on a condition that puts these bollards, despite what's been said, regardless of the covenant, which you've already said is not a planning issue, could we put on a condition that says that these bollards, bus bollards, whatever sort of bollards you want, should be at the end of the very western end of the spinal road where it emerges onto Tipner Lane?
We could put on a condition requiring that details of bollards that bisect the site shall be submitted for prior approval prior to commencement, well, prior to a stage of development that would be appropriate. I would be loath to say to you now in this committee that we can prescribe exactly where they go. The applicant has given you a map of where they intend to put them, which seems perfectly reasonable to us for the reasons laid out in great detail by the applicant in their note on the website and by the officer report. To say it must go there may go beyond that which is they're legally required to do, and in fact may make a significant inconvenience to future residents on that basis. And in fact, if you create a sufficient inconvenience, I must stress, you can end up with unintended consequences. To be blunt, and I've lived in a scenario such as this, if you live next to a bollard, you'll park on the other side of the bollard if that's convenient to you, and you'll be pushing that issue down the road. Where the bollards are proposed cause no unreasonable traffic implications. There are no real adverse traffic implications on professional officers' advice from this scheme. Where the bollards are proposed, which is 20% of the way in, rather than 0% of the way in, which I believe is what you're suggesting, and consequently there is no sound planning reason to require the relocation elsewhere, and could indeed create unintended consequences or further interference with private law rights that we don't have information on at this time. We can, however, slightly kick that down the line. We can put on a condition that say bollards, not those bollards, but bollards shall be submitted for the written approval of the council, and obviously the planning service will look at the specifics of that when that submission is made.
Can I continue?
Kieran, is there anything you would like to add?
No, nothing further from me, thank you.
All right, if I can just continue with the theme, if I may. Because, well, members might not be aware, but there's currently a report being prepared to do residence parking around Tipner North and Stamshaw, and that will come to Councillor Vernon Jackson. So will any of these people from the Bellway site be able to have residence parking permits to park in Tipner Lane, Wilson, Ridley and south of?
the planning authority would have no engagement with that. There is very clear guidance that it's not appropriate for planning permission to prevent access to things like residence permits, but obviously what your transport policy, what your parking team choose to do and who they make permits available to will be dealt with under their own legislation outside of this decision.
Indeed, and thankfully I know that they won't be entitled to them. On the traffic again, is it likely or highly likely that at some time in the near future that the covenant will be got rid of or be discharged or whatever through some legal means, and we will have an opening all the way from Twyford Avenue through the Spinal Road and into Tipner Lane? Then I want to ask another question about permeability with the Vivid site.
Is it likely or highly likely? I cannot tell you. It's certainly possible. It's a private legal matter out with the control of the Town and Country Planning Act, so it will be for the two landowners to decide whether they wish to permit the release of that covenant and thus allow, from a private landlord point of view, passage through Tipner Lane into the site and the wider site. Certainly, good to somewhat preempt your next question, the good placemaking would encourage permeability and connectivity through the site to Vivid, and there is no, based on the joint traffic modelling that looked at both Vivid and Bellway, and frankly the inevitable desire line, it would be very odd to choose to go down the Tipner Lane route and through the tight roads in that area. The adverse implications for transport should that covenant not be there, and should free flowing of access to the entire Vivid and Bellway combined site, because once these developers are completed, it's just part of the Tipner community thereafter. Should that be fully open, officers are satisfied that that is a reasonable position. That's not what's in front of you today, because there's a covenant in there and bollards are intended to be placed, but as those two schemes potentially move forward and are completed over a number of years, and private land negotiations occur on removing those covenants, obviously we can't predict the outcome of. Certainly that is a possibility, but it's a possibility that the Highway Authority and the Planning Authority find acceptable in our professional advice.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I've nearly finished. A couple of more questions. Have we asked Bellway, or have you asked Bellway, if they would put the bus bollards, or whatever you want to call them, at the entrance from Tipner Lane into the Spinal Road?
That question hasn't been asked, Councillor. And if we can go back to the presentation, slide 15 here shows an indicative layout of the bollard, position of the bollards. Not sure that my mouse is actually replicating on that, is it? But you see where the red X is on the plan, and then that's highlighted in the bubble below. That is literally at the point that would only allow the housing that is adjacent to the north-south extension to Tipner Lane, and the houses just facing south on the northern side there, access through Tipner Lane.
Yeah, I get all that, but we've already heard that 20% of the housing would be accessed only through Tipner Lane, which is why the residents came here to be concerned today. Coming towards the end, the last question has gone out of my mind. It was about traffic, Bellway, the height. What is the height difference between the Bellway site and the Vivid site? Does it slope downwards or does it rise up?
Existing levels slope down, although the Vivid site is undergoing remediation, as you're no doubt aware, and the levels are all therefore a bit sort of academic in a sense. The floor levels at 4.6 metres are consistent across the site because they represent the height 30 centimetres above the highest predicted climate change flood level of 4.3 metres.
Well, that's good. One last question. So the ground level across the Vivid site and across the Bellway site are going to be the same?
Without going back to the detailed cross-section drawings, that is my understanding, Councillor, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you. I might have missed this in the presentation, but I'm conscious on the Vivid site we've asked for a contribution towards public transport, so that encouraging people not to have cars so that they've got a viable bus service. Have we asked for a similar contribution from this development?
Pro rata contribution will be required, yes, and that will be secured by the 106.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Smythe.
I've got two related questions. If you can go back to the slides that we had, the nice pictures of the development, I think the cross-sectional ones would be useful, please. So we see lots and lots of trees. Are they all, that looks good, that's great, just the sort of thing we want to see. Are they all on some sort of plan, so part of the planning permission, or are they left to the condition number 15 and 16?
So yes, there will be conditions imposed requiring hard and soft landscaping schemes to be submitted for approval by the council. If at the appropriate time you wish to see those before you, then that is within your gift.
I mean, I'm disappointed we haven't got more actual details. So this isn't exactly an outline permission, but it is a lot is left to the conditions, which would normally be delegated to officers here. I mean, I think it's important that we are able to rely on policies that will be emerging in the local plan and aren't currently enforced, about biodiversity, about permeable surfaces, maximising the permeable surfaces, perhaps in parking areas, for example, and also obviously the surface water drainage scheme comes under the new SUDS regulations, I think. Am I right?
I believe you are, Councillor, yes.
And so that my question really is, how can we be sure that what we want to see on this very important development in terms of the environment and environmental conditions will actually be put in the conditions?
Final wording of the conditions is to be finalised, and that is as per the recommendation that the authority be delegated to the head of planning services to finalise the conditions. Your officers will ensure that the detail required to satisfy your concerns, which are widely held, will be in there. It's worth noting that the legal requirement for biodiversity net gain does not become law until later this year, November, I think is the date. But nevertheless, you know, there will be requirements within those conditions that the details are submitted and will only be approved if they following consultation with technical consultees, so with the council's ecological advisor, for example, with the council's drainage officer, with the environment agency. All the relevant technical consultees will be engaged in that process.
I mean, can I ask a supplementary here?
Well, so if you could remember to turn your microphone off afterwards, that'd be great. After you.
Well, I mean, if you were sitting in our shoes here, making a decision on this, would you be happy that all of those things will be done to the very high standards we now have on this? And I mean, I also include materials. There's no, perhaps we can look at the pictures here and you can see some change in shading and so forth, but what are the materials proposed? And would they all be bringing the standard up to at least BREEAM standards in terms of environment and sustainability? We've got a glazing, soundproofing coming in, but is that to all homes or just to the ones facing the M275? I am on the whole think this development is absolutely essential to us and it is very welcome. But I feel that we're going to, if we make a decision, we're going to be making it without quite the security we need. And is there any way you can think of that we could improve that now, today, to make that decision easier?
If I may, no, the conditions do exactly that. Obviously, what officers, in all cases, to be absolutely clear, do is present you a summary of the application. There are extremely detailed landscaping schemes, extremely detailed construction schemes, extremely detailed materials components, all of which are accompanied on the application, which I'm sure members have viewed in full on the website. These pictures, or I didn't call them plans, these pictures are a illustration of them. So what the landscaping condition does is either confirms that we are satisfied with those landscaping 6 sheets of landscaping scheme, or requires some minor amendment to them, and officers will resolve that as we draft those final conditions. Those gifts are entirely within the power of the council, it's the LPA, so no additional reassurance is needed. That will be carried out in accordance with the up-to-date policy position.
So we can rely on the plans and so forth that are on the website. There are masses of them, of course.
Indeed, so that's
and we
how
can
it works.
can rely on those. There won't be, the conditions wouldn't deviate in essence from those.
They may well deviate. If we feel that they are not good enough, we might ask for more. That's whether we say in accordance with that. Take this landscaping as a practical example. We can say build it in accordance with that landscaping scheme, or we can say notwithstanding that landscaping scheme, submit some new ones for update if we feel that we do want more than that. I'm not close enough to say whether that they look pretty comprehensive to me, but I do know in the latest iteration that was emailed to members on the 7th of July, they have started to illustrate some locations for potential public art, for example. So that might need some minor tweaks to the landscaping scheme, so there may be some issue. But in essence, yes, that is what the landscaping is proposed to look like.
So one might expect some improvements to that from the point of view of our policies and so forth, but one wouldn't expect a reduction below the drawings on the website, which are extensive.
There would be no reason for officers to approve a reduction against that, which would be reasonable placemaking and good design.
Councillor Smith.
Just following on from Councillor Hunt, really, regarding the through traffic and the will not initially, it's a bit of a weasel word, it won't affect I understand longer term you don't want to handcuff developers or the council in traffic going forward, but is there anything we can do to reassure the residents of that? Is there anything more we can do to long term? I've heard about the 106 now. Is there something we can do to try and improve that for the local residents?
No. The proposal is to initially stop here. I will not sit here and say there will be no open through track ever. In fact, I think that's entirely, as I said, possible. I can't say the degree of likelihood. And as officers, we would be perfectly supportive of it. So, no, there is no planning reason nor professional recommendation that suggests that we should, in the long term, prevent that access. It's not currently part of the scheme, so that's what's in front of you. But there is no planning reason to stop cars being able to. As I say, the modelling, and it's a model, not a promise, the modelling says that why would you drive through the convoluted back streets compared to what will be a straight shot, either up into Vivid and straight shot to Twyford Avenue or straight through Bellway to Twyford Avenue. Both would be far preferable and through the modelling far quicker than taking the back streets. But closing off an access that otherwise would be available wouldn't be something officers would encourage or recommend, because obviously having an alternative access, if there's an accident on Twyford Avenue, for example, is obviously beneficial for safety reasons, for fire appliances, etc., for servicing reasons, bin lorries, etc., and for the overall residents of this new part of Stamshaw.
Okay, Judith.
One further question. Did we, last time we looked at this scheme, we were worried that this development would depend on Vivid completing the sea defences that they're erecting. Could we just update whether that's still the case and how that's being resolved?
Certainly, as shown on the image and has been emailed round, there's only a small area of the site, respective floods, and as the finished floor level is a foot above the 2115 modelled height, there is no flood risk associated with it, irrespective of where Vivid comes forward. Obviously, if Vivid does come forward, that flood protection goes to the north, but it's the same flood protection, effectively an elevated wall and floor plan.
Lee.
Yeah, the question that, one of the most important questions that eluded me earlier on, was the proposition put by Mr. Jeffrey. Is it Jeffrey? I know it's Jeffrey John Hector. Is it Mr. Hector? Or? Mr. Hector, Jeffrey. All right. By Mr. Hector, otherwise known as Jeffrey John Hector. The solution that they're talking about, which actually gives me concern, is the temporary road, the making up of the temporary road to take traffic directly from the M275 into this site. Now, what would be your view about this? I am concerned because I think that what it would do is just take traffic off the M275 and push it northwards through this site into Hilsea, Copner, and goodness knows where else. So, but is it feasible, first of all, and would it be wise?
Access to the M275 does not form part of this application. There is no part of the application sites that conjoins the M275. That would have to be a choice for the Highway Authority, who operates the bus gate at the Park and Ride site, which obviously does provide access through, to remove that bus gate. So it's got nothing to do with the Bellway scheme to allow that to happen. What will be done there? There's some ongoing negotiations around how buses, just buses, could be moved from the Park and Ride location through to an east-west opportunity, and there's obviously a number of options there. But no, that certainly would be discussed. No one has proposed a free-for-all access to the M275, so it doesn't form part of this application, nor is it in the gift of the applicant to consider that.
All right, thank you. I've asked a question.
Okay, members, comments?
Well, I mean, this application is almost there. Mostly everything is accepted. And the one thing I would say to members of the planning committee is this, is that residents in Tipner and North Stamshire have welcomed over 1,000 new homes to this site, about 1,051 altogether. And unlike in every other part of the city, they have recognised the need for affordable, for homes, 1, 2, 3 bedroom homes, and they have, we've got the affordable housing with it too. So unlike anywhere else in the city, and it's quite obvious, residents in Tipner and North Stamshire and generally across Nelson Ward have not caused, and the councillors have not made a campaign against new housing which is meeting local need for very badly needed homes. My casework nowadays is mostly about crammed housing, and we see this manifested in the applications that come along a bit later and come once a month or so, HMOs. So this is the HMOs are a manifestation of failed housing policy since the war. And this, these two consents, if they go through, or one has gone through, for 800 homes on the Tipner East side and now the Bellway site, will meet a substantial part of the city's housing need. And there's been literally not much fuss about it. Unlike in Cosham or Milton or anywhere else across the city. So I congratulate the residents for that. And we heard from Mr. Hector that they're not opposing the housing. So we need to meet them somewhere along the way. They've not made a fuss. There's not been a campaign against it. And they've said, we just need to preserve the community of Tipner and North Stamshire. And all they're asking for is for the traffic not to come down Tipner Lane. It's nothing, and I can't see any technical nor feasible reason to divide the community, which is what the bollards do, divide the community in the Bellway site by 20% to 80%. I don't understand the reason for it. It doesn't make any sense to me. If you read between the lines, the covenant's not going to amount to very much. Covenants don't amount to very much at all anyway. And so these bollards or planters, whatever, will go in and then they'll be taken up later on. And everything from the Vivid site and everything from the Bellway could go down Tipton Lane if it wanted to. I fully accept Mr. Maguire's observations that that doesn't make much sense. You would want to go down through Twyford Avenue. I completely accept that. But the point is, some of it won't. You know, particularly the people on with the cars on the west side of the Bellway site. I don't agree with the proposition, I'm afraid, that we should take a road or create a road from the M275 via this temporary road or whatever, because I believe that that will simply take traffic off the M275 and push it into this site and make it much, much worse for residents in Ridley and Wilson and Tipner Lane than could have even been conceived. So I don't agree with that, I'm afraid. But the general push to have their own residential amenities and the quiet and the solitude of their streets as they are now is something that the council should repay them for accepting more than their fair share of the city's housing needs. And I think members should remember that. Members should be hugely sympathetic towards that. And therefore, I think that I would like to vote for this report. But I'm not going to if it means that 20% of it, of that housing, because if you put the bollards or the whatnot in the place that they are proposed right now, we've heard from the officers 20% of the traffic created by the 20% of those homes will be pushed down Tipner Lane. So they will be getting more and more traffic. So I would like the bollards or the restrictions or the barriers put up right at the entrance to Tipner Lane, where the Spine Road then basically becomes, for at least the moment, a cul-de-sac. And they all go out through through Twyford Avenue. I think that's the right thing to do. The residents have been very good about this. They could have come and just caused an awful fuss about the housing altogether. But they haven't. They have said that they're not against the housing. So I think that I would like to propose a condition, a pre-commencement condition, that puts the planning committee need to agree this because the officers don't. A pre-commencement condition that I don't care if they want to block I do care if they put the bollards there as well, but it wouldn't make any sense at all. But there should be barriers put at the entrance of, or the junction of, Tipner Lane with the western end of the Spinal Road. So that's the condition that I want put on to protect the residential amenities, the quiet and the enjoyment of people's lives in Tipner Lane, Wilson Road, Widley Road, Jervis and all those roads around there. So that is my proposition, to agree it, but with that condition.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. So we have a motion with the condition as just set out. And in terms of kind of the members of this committee being sympathetic to the impacts on residents, I think we're always sympathetic, whether it's a very large scheme like this or some of the other schemes that are coming up during the day. So we're always sympathetic, I think. So we have Councillor Van Jackson. Comments?
Well, first of all, I was one of the people who suggested that we came back and looked at this again and deferred the previous application. So I think the first thing I need to do is to say thank you for the additional information, which has been particularly helpful for me, particularly over the flood risk. And I'm reassured by that considerably. So thank you very much for that. It's much appreciated. I hear what Councillor Hunt says. I think it's a a small change, but if that's going to make a difference to people's lives, I'm very happy to second his proposal.
Thank you. Members, any further comments before we move to the vote? Okay, we have a motion before us with the comments, the conditions?
Just if I may provide commentary on the planning condition, to put some, well, obviously we'll need formal wording, so you can either delegate that to me to draft, which I would certainly recommend. However, I would vary slightly what you said, Councillor Hunt. You suggested that this should be done prior to commencement. Obviously, it will be a building site at commencement, and without being unnecessarily delaying commencement, I would recommend any such conditions as a trigger point that those barriers go in prior to any works above damp-proof course or similar other positions. So long before the houses are up and running, that barrier would obviously go in, which is the concern you're trying to manage, because prior to commencement condition actually requires written approval from the applicant before we could impose it, and it doesn't actually seem that necessary, because obviously construction traffic will be dealt with under the construction management plan separately in any case. So a later trigger point would probably be more reasonable if you're happy to do so, and obviously I can draft up the rest of the wording in line with your request.
Indeed. May I add too, I don't want to stop buses going through. So this has to be looked at in the round, so we need to be able to get buses through, because that is important.
You're happy with the slight change of word?
Yeah, so obviously, it's incumbent on me to advise that we feel there is no planning or highway reason for this condition, so we certainly wouldn't be able to recommend that you do so, but yeah, more than happy to draft it, making sure we've captured the commencement point, the locations discussed, and obviously that accessibility for buses.
And Gerald, you're happy as well? Yeah, okay, all right. Judith?
I think with that, enabling buses to go through is really important, and I think with that I'd be happy to support that. And
Okay,
thank you.
well, the motion before us is with that condition. Kieran?
So the recommendations in the officer's report to grant planning permission subject to conditions in the Section 106 agreement, obviously that's now amended to include Councillor Hunt's condition, seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. Further, to delegate authority to the Assistant Director for Planning and Economic Growth to finalise the wording of the draft conditions based on the headings listed, and finalise the Section 106 agreement in accordance with the draft heads of terms listed above, and that delegated authority be granted to refuse planning permission if a legal agreement has not been satisfactorily completed within 6 months of the date of this resolution.
Thank you. Okay, unless there is anything else from anyone else, let's move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion as just set out.
Could you put your hand a bit higher, please, Councillor? That's unanimous approval.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your contribution. Okay, we're moving the running order slightly. I think, Ian, you want to give us a bit of a briefing before we get into the HMO part of today's meeting.
Apologies, I'll move some things around as I do so. So, members, thank you. So, as members are aware, 1 in every 3 committee is dedicated to a specific issue within HMOs, which is those HMOs that show an increase in occupancy of only 1 or 2 occupants, various variations around a theme there, so 6 to 7, 6 to 8, 5 to 7, all represented within that. All applications where that is a material consideration have been brought to committee at the request of Councillor Vernon Jackson, though several of the items you'll see on today's agenda would have to come anyway due to the number of objections or individual promotions by other members, and that's described at the top of each application. However, on that key issue, that broader material consideration, in discussion with the Chair, it's been deemed appropriate that we just give you the briefing now rather than repeating it for each of the applications, because it is a lengthy agenda. The 2 things, obviously, I need to bring to members' attention are the precedents that have been clearly set by previous appeals, most notably the Campbell Properties appeal and the Lane appeal, which have judged on the individual cases of, it's about half a dozen cases there, that they didn't require plan permission, as that minor increase in occupancy was not a material change of use. That same assessment has been undertaken on the individual cases before you today, say, and on their own merits, the same judgment has been reached. Each one of those which has an increase from an existing HMO to a HMO with only 1 or 2 additional occupants does not require plan permission, and that is the recommendation of officers. We have applications, however, so the recommendation is consequently unconditional permission. I would flag on today's agenda as well, we do have a number of applications that do require plan permission, somewhat confusingly, and apologies for that, in that they have planning permission to be an HMO, but they have not been used as an HMO as yet. So they still remain as C3 dwellings, as family dwellings, if you will. So obviously changing a family dwelling to a 7-bed HMO does need plan permission, and it reads accordingly. However, clearly the fallback position of being able to get there through a different route, effectively this is a shortcut, going straight from house to 7-bed rather than implementing their 6-bed, occupying their 6-bed, then adding a 7th bed, which they could all do without further planning permission from us in officers' advice, is clearly material in any case, so they're on the agenda for that reason. But I do note those distinctions, and I'll try and pick those up as we go. The other key thing to mention, as well as that fundamental planning judgment point, is the need, if members wish to come to a different planning judgment, applying your own judgment to the facts of the individual cases, to express those facts on a bespoke and individual basis. This was the turning point of the Lane decision, and in particular the costs awarded against the council in the Lane decision, where the same wording by rote has been used by this committee, and that approach, rather than an individual assessment, which is the obligation we have for applications, was deemed to be unacceptable, and indeed so unacceptable to be unreasonable behaviour amounting in costs against the council. So I would, as was detailed in some depth in the report provided to the May Committee, strongly urge members to not utilise a form of wording by rote and instead look at individual appropriate wording based on the individual characteristics of the applications before you, if you wish to come to a different conclusion than officers that plan permission is required in those cases. As I say, that's not obviously relevant to those few which are C3 to 7-bed HMOs, but where they are, if you will, C4, usually 5 or 6-bed HMOs to a 6 or 7 or 8-bed HMO. Those individual characteristics based on the specifics of the case that you must be referencing to make a robust and reasonable judgment. The judgment is yours, but you have to be reasonable in the application of that judgment. I can obviously touch on key points of that as we go through the presentations, but as I say, it's a long agenda, so that's a universally applicable theme, I would say, and obviously happy to answer questions on that as we go through each item.
Judith.
Have we had any appeal decisions since the Campbell Road property decisions that should inform our thinking today?
Yes, the Lane appeal decisions, which came to exactly the same conclusion, which obviously was the subject to the report to the 31st of May committee providing an update on that position. And obviously that was just both confirming that planning judgment, the materiality in those cases, which are substantially similar to each of the cases you see today, and furthermore adding this issue around the reasonableness of reasons for the need for plan permission.
Okay, so the running order has changed a little bit to try and accommodate other people's movements today. So we're going to start with item 7, which is Wickham Road. Page is 57 to 62 of the pack. And Ian, if you could give us if everybody's there, the presentation, thank you. Page 57 to 62 of the pack.
It's 55 in my pack.
Oh, is it? I've got 57 to 62. We've got.
Just subtract 2 from everything.
Just subtract 2, yes. Item 7 on the agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies as I have to try and relocate everything. So 39 Wickham Road. This is an existing 6-bed HMO. That's because the consent to be a 6-bed HMO has been implemented. The proposal is to turn it into a 7-bed HMO. This is an area with not many existing HMOs, as you can see from paragraph 5.4, just one, so 1.3%, well below the 10% required by policy. The room sizes, which are all detailed in the table under paragraph 5.6, fully meet all of your standards. So it is a fully policy compliant HMO and one that doesn't require planning permission because it's only an increase of one occupant by that internal configuration of a room. So as I say, therefore, if members wish to deem that it does need plan permission, they'll obviously need to articulate a reason to do so, but notwithstanding that, it does fully comply with your policies if plan permission is required. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we have some deputations. Mr. Thorpe, the first of several deputations today.
The first of several. I sort of wrote my deputations in the agenda order, so I'm not fully briefed on this property, but I think we should maybe start the discussions because this is fundamentally what the crux of the problem is with the HMO crisis that we've got going in the city. What we have here is another terraced house being overdeveloped and overcrammed with substandard living conditions being put inside. If you actually think about the current situation and what can be done with it, I've been campaigning now for 3 or 4 years to look at both the SPD on its own, not part of the city plan, because if it remains within the city plan, it'll never get changed, and also to work on the issues that the planning inspector has caused to completely undermine the policy that the city have. But this doesn't comply with the policy. It doesn't comply with the parking standards, and the actual living conditions that it creates within inside are not acceptable, and the space standards need reviewing. This specific road doesn't have as many as the areas that I've said, but the other issue that we've also got, we've just heard a briefing by Ian Maguire about all the planning inspectorate things. What he doesn't mention is that both number 13 and 15 Chadwell Road that have come across have both been to the planning inspectorate, and they've both been rejected by the planning inspectorate, and they've agreed with the council. They particularly agreed with Councillor Vernon Jackson, who imposed an occupation limit on the house at the time. And I think that we should carry on doing this because you've got two approaches to managing HMO. You've got a simplistic approach, which is to limit the number and to play around with the 10% percentage, which isn't really the route that I would actually personally like to go down. The actual issue is the number of people and the number of bedrooms being put in and the scale of development. But that's hard to control and harder to cope with at appeal. So as a council, we need to have better and more robust decisions about the policy with which being made. Because if you look at this kitchen and you imagine 8 people trying to cook at the same time, if you imagine carrying a bicycle over the kitchen table, if you just look at it, it's not compatible to an accepted standard of living. And I would encourage you to keep it below 7 people. I'm also deeply unhappy every single time I hear this argument that it's just one more person. That is a 3-bedroom family house that statistically would have 2 to 3 people living in it. And it's already up at 6 and going up towards 7 or 8. So you've really got to start and discuss these issues in a different forum to this, because this is the wrong forum to have this discussion. But we can't have it in planning policy committee or any sort of thing. So could we try and establish a better way to have this discussion and a better forum to do it within? And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Councillor Swan, you're on. Oh, you want to go first, Daniel? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, committee. Chair, sorry. I thought it'd be better if Councillor Swan goes last, just because it's his ward and he'll have more information than I would. I just really want to highlight what Mr. Thorpe said regarding just the overdevelopment of the property. So a lot of councillors here always talk about small-scale HMOs not being a massive problem, but when you add 2, 3 or 4 extra people on top of what is deemed an average family home of maybe 4, 3 or 5, when you get to 7, there is definitely a massive strain on the sewage system in the property as well as the surrounding area. And I think when you have 7 bathrooms, or it might even be 8 because of all the en-suites, I don't see how we can justify this where naturally there's going to be problems in the surrounding homes. So it's just something to take into account. I mean, what Mr. Thorpe said, I totally agree with, but the point I would raise is more about the waste management, and the infrastructure isn't compatible for this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this instance, I'm speaking on 39 Wickham Road in Copner, but many of my points are relevant to 127 Powers Court Road, 232 Queens Road, or indeed any of the other huge amount of HMOs that are existing or proposed within Copner Ward. The first point I'd like to make is that objections made to HMO applications are not political in nature, nor are they in any way designed to mischief make or waste time. Objections are made because residents are concerned and they have approached me to speak on their behalf, something I was elected to do. Residents are concerned about the changing nature of their communities that many residents have lived in for many years. No one is unfairly villainising these developments, but equally, there must be an acknowledgement that when a property changes from a family home into a house of multiple occupancy, and with the transient nature of the incumbents that brings, there is almost always a seismic shift in the dynamic of the road the property is in. And unfortunately, this is frequently negative due to increased noise, increased rubbish, increased antisocial behaviour. I myself have experienced this with 2 HMOs very close to my house. One with frequent drug use, meaning my wife and I regularly cannot use our garden due to the overpowering smell, and another where a neighbour was hospitalised for asking for music to be turned down in the early hours of the morning. It is also true, although an inconvenient truth, that these developments always attract even more vehicles. And on this point, how we can be taking steps to tackle the climate emergency while simultaneously having a policy that dramatically and rapidly increases the amount of people bringing cars into the city is quite frankly beyond me. Surely it's one or the other. We cannot have it both ways. With 39 Wickham Road, there are particular issues that need to be raised. Firstly, there have also been issues with clarity on who actually owns the property, with residents being told one thing and the truth being something quite different. This was verified by a resident who I won't name for their own protection, but I would be happy to provide their details to the planning department should they wish to investigate this further. The development has also cut off light to the garden and kitchen of neighbouring properties, one of which is home to a resident who fosters children and whom now does not have a welcoming outdoor space for the children as it's been taken from them by this development. In a city as densely populated as Portsmouth, the use of outside space is vital for the mental well-being of residents, and those who are lucky enough to have private outdoor space should not live in fear of it being taken from them by developments that unfairly overlook them and cast darkness over their home. We only have to look at conditions such as seasonal affective disorder and the effect it has on people to appreciate the importance of outside space, not hindered by overdevelopment. I would also mention that the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, of which the United Kingdom is a signatory, in Article 12 it says, "No one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with their privacy, family, home or correspondence." In essence, any development that has an adverse effect on other people is an infringement on their human rights, and we have to recognise this. It would also be remiss of me not to also mention that during the development of this property, overhanging scaffolding on 39 Wickham Road gave the builders unobscured views of the bathroom and bedroom of young girls at this property, save nothing for the fact that scaffolding overhanging a property could potentially be seen as trespass. We have a moral imperative to ensure that developments within the City of Portsmouth are legal and safe, and I have now been involved in numerous developments that have required the intervention of building control due to unsafe practices and serious structural issues. In fact, just in the past 24 hours, a resident in Copner contacted me regarding an HMO being developed next door to them. They have had to call a surveyor out as they have had huge amounts of holes and brick dust appear in their loft and could hear sounds of material falling between the walls and cracks appearing in adjoining walls. Their surveyor has advised that the developer has left it in an extremely dangerous situation with no support between the properties. We must commit to ensuring that people undertaking work like this in our city are following the law at all times. are qualified and are acting in a manner that respects residents and not working unsocial hours and leaning on elderly residents to sign party wall agreements and using intimidation tactics when this is refused. This is behaviour that is currently being employed in our city, here and now. As with other properties developed in this manner across the wards, there are serious concerns over the capability of Victorian utilities to be able to handle the increased usage from properties never designed to take the level of usage that they are now being asked to. We are seeing an increase of raw sewage bubbling up through the road, and it cannot be allowed. With all the young professional people moving into these properties, how will doctors and dentists who are already overprescribed cope with this? HMOs and the numbers that they are being created are exacerbating the issue, and the authority have a role to play here to support residents. By not taking necessary measures to help existing residents, this council is culpable. Also, the HMO register is still not correct. In recent weeks, several unregistered HMOs have come to light from residents having to do their own work and have been identified in areas where applications have been submitted. And despite claims to the contrary, the Planning Department cannot be sure of correct numbers without the register being updated urgently and kept up to date. I know planning have a huge workload, and I appreciate that, but this is a fundamental aspect of the decision-making process that we cannot overlook. Finally, the residents of the city demand transparency from their elected officials, and in this vein, I reaffirm my strongly held belief that members should not only declare if they own property in the city, as they do now, but also detail what the properties are used for. We have a policy that looks after developers over residents, and the status quo is not tenable. People are being driven out of the city because of this policy. For all these reasons, this HMO application must be rejected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Swan. Thank you for your deputation. So I think some elements...
May I? Point of order.
Well, one minute. Let me just finish this. You know, there are some elements there that are for the Cabinet Member for Planning Policy. I'm sure you'd want to have a conversation with them about that. Lee, did you want to say?
I'm not sure if I'm right or I misheard it, but there was an inference there that a member of the Planning Committee is not declaring
That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. That's not what
no,
I heard.
all right.
No, you can imagine that if you like, but that's not what I said.
Okay, right.
All right.
Okay, we move on to the other deputation we have. On behalf of the agent, Musi.
As you all know, at Applecore, we're passionate about providing high-quality shared homes. We have an ever-growing reputation for high-end design HMOs for both student and young professionals. As you will be aware, Portsmouth size standards for HMOs demand some of the largest in the UK, and at Applecore, we always strive to exceed that. During recent years, Applecore has led the way in terms of designing high-quality HMO accommodation within the city. The increase in quality HMOs is part due to the high standards introduced by members of this planning committee, and also in part due to some of the clients I represent today who share our passion for high-end shared living, which has only served to drive standards within the city. Portsmouth City Council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year land supply, therefore presumption should be in favour of the development. Although the contribution is small, all of these applications today would add towards that shortfall. There is a huge need in the city for high-quality shared housing. With limited potential to build in such a densely populated city, HMOs could offer much-needed homes for those in need. There has been a growing demand for HMO accommodation within Portsmouth for young professionals who cannot afford to get on the property ladder, for which HMOs are an ideal solution for an all-bills-included opportunity for independent living. There are 2 C4 to sui generous applications on the agenda today that have been heard and refused by this committee for the second and third time. I respectfully ask that the leader reassesses the blanket call in all of C4 and sui generis applications to exclude those already considered by the Inspectorate, thus saving time for all those involved and ultimately costs for your constituents in having costs awarded at non-determination appeal. It is a clear waste of time for an already stretched planning department having to write up committee reports and work on an application already deemed to be a good standard of living by an inspector. Multiple C4 to sui generis applications have been back to this committee for 2 and sometimes a third time, with more to come. The planning officers at Portsmouth City Council are trying extremely hard to clear backlogged applications, and the blanket call in request to consider the same application over and over is not helping those planning officers in meeting determination deadlines. Thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money are now being paid out to applicants in these cases. I won't repeat this information for all applications and will instead remain property specific for each application. However, I ask that you consider this information equally to all of the applications I represent today. I cannot stress enough that all the applications today comply with Portsmouth City Council local plan and all of the relevant policies. For 39 Wickham Road, this application is for a change of use from a 6-person class C4 house into a multiple occupation to a 7-bed person house in multiple occupation. I note in the officer's report it is stated that the property does not have a HMO licence. This application has been submitted and a visit has been booked in for a licensing officer visit on the 18th of August. There have been no adverse comments made by private sector housing and the house is fully compliant with all private sector housing requirements. All of the 7 bedrooms meet or exceed the 10 square metres with the addition of an ensuite shower room which then results in a required communal area of 22.5 square metres. This property provides 25.49 square metres which exceeds that requirement. This application complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan and also complies with the Houses in Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation, saving the time and cost involved for all in taking this to appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we believe that this application requires planning permission before we continue? Councillor Vernon-Jackson?
Yes, I retain my view that it clearly does. C4 application is for up to 6 people. This is for more than 6 people, therefore, by definition, it must need planning permission. Having taken note of Mr. Maguire's view, I'm happy to not repeat previous wording, but I have wording that I hope will help for us to look at. But if Mr. Maguire or our lawyer feels they can improve it, I'm always happy to listen to suggestions. So the proposal I would make is, the proposal is considered development as the current C4 approval is for 6 persons in HMO and the extension to additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the building and the corresponding increase in the impact on other local residents for parking, noise, waste, sewerage and amenity impact, as well as impact on the Solent SPA.
Could I ask a question?
1 second. Kieran, you got a view about the wording?
Members, my advice on that will come as no surprise to you that, to my mind, that is simply a rehashing and paraphrasing of the wording you've been using to date. So officer advice will be that that's not a sufficient finding of material change of use, but I suspect you expected that.
Okay, and I'm happy to improve. Happy to take your suggestions on to improve it and strengthen it.
Well, I have none, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunt.
I think we've just gone by process, just gone a little bit ahead. There's questions to ask, I presume.
Okay, no, well we need to vote.
Oh yeah, that it needs plan.
Yeah, whether this application requires planning permission. Ian?
First thing, if I may, and apologies, could I ask Councillor Vernon-Jackson to repeat his wording so that we can actually take it down? I'm sure my Democratic Services colleagues have a faster typing speed than me, but I certainly got the gist of it and would share my colleagues' concern from Legal Services, just so that we do have it in verbatim, please.
Very happy to do it, and very happy to have any suggestions, Mr. Maguire, from you of how to strengthen and improve it. But I am just an amateur at this, while you are all professionals. So, from an amateur's point of view, this is my suggestion. The proposal is considered development. As the current C4 approval is for 6 persons in an HMO and the extension to additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the building and the corresponding increase in the impact of other residents of parking, comma, noise, comma, waste, comma, sewerage and amenity impact, as well as impact on the Solent Special Protection Area.
Okay, have we got that?
Ian, I think you were typing that a bit faster than I could get it down.
Yes, sir, I've got all of that, certainly, yeah.
All right, thank you. Members,
If I may, now I have it, provide commentary, and just to reiterate, yes, that is exactly the rote wording that you've previously been criticised over using, with the addition of a reference to C4 and the additional harms added to the list that you've previously been using of noise and sewerage. A few comments, if I may, before you exercise your judgment. The statement made by Councillor Vernon-Jackson, it is a C4 that allows up to 6, and therefore more than that is by definition a change of use, is not correct, and you should not base your judgment on that. As we've provided guidance from, and we've sought independent legal guidance on, the movement from one use class to another is not by definition a material change of use. So it has no relevance to your decision making. Movement within a use class is by definition not a material change of use. That, however, does not mean that movement outside of use class is. So that I would strongly recommend you don't include that wording in there, because it suggests that you've misled yourself as a point of law. Notwithstanding that, obviously what you're looking for is the attributes of the new use compared to the old use that are different, that thus lead to a material change in those uses. And those attributes have now had their list increased. So it is parking, noise, waste, sewerage, and amenity impact, and impact on the SPA. I would question what amenity impacts, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, you're highlighting outside the list of parking, noise, waste and sewerage, because obviously that requires clarification, and also why, in this case it's a 6 to 7 bed alteration, why one additional person has a material implication when there has been now a number of appeals that have suggested the alternative, and what it is about this change from 6 to 7 rather than changes in general from 6 to 7, because nothing can be said to be in general, everything must be specific. What is it about this change from 6 to 7 on the layout of the building, the size of the site, the location of the site, whatever site-specific issue you have is in there. In terms of how you can improve the wording, obviously I can't speak to the merit of your comment, that is your judgment to make, but I would certainly encourage you to have some specificity to 39 Wickham Road, because that is the judgment that you're being judged on, and obviously there's nothing in that that says why at 39 Wickham Road these are relevant issues as compared to any other judgment.
Ian, thank you very much. I think that's very helpful. I think, therefore, to improve this, after the words increase the intensity of use, we should add in within a highly built up terraced street.
Thank you, John. Judith?
I'm interested in the fact that, first of all, asking a question about the information given by Mr. Thorpe, that two applications of a similar nature have been dismissed by the appellant. In other words, our decision to refuse has been upheld, because I think it's relevant to this judgment. Were we to decide that it doesn't require planning permission, because this one, in my view, does comply with our standards in an overall sense, albeit putting more people in there, how would we be able to, as an authority, be able to limit the number of people to 7? Or could it just, could they put them all, use them all as double rooms, and there'd be 14 people in there? I mean, at what point would the addition of numbers of people become that significant, and our standards would then be guidelines would then be
Yeah. Well, I think that's
transgressed.
kind of the point, is that it keeps increasing per one. But do you want to answer it? We need
Because we would normally, if we decided this was an application that needed to be considered, it was development, and I see that the goalposts have changed around that because of the recent appeal decisions, how would we do what I think we've been praised for doing by the inspector, is limiting the numbers? How would we do that?
So you are judging the application in front of you, which is for 7 people. And I don't wish to have any confusion. Planning does allow for incremental growth over time. That's the system. So if a 7-bed HMO could, and you used a practical example of, someone utilising turning a bedroom into a double bedroom, if that was possible, I'll come back to that in a second, to have 8 occupants, after they have used it as 7 occupants, there would be a judgment of whether a change from 7 to 8 would be a material change of use. Then after using it for 8 occupants, if they then, having done that, then used it at some point in the future for 9 occupants, there would be a judgment about whether there's been a material change of use. If they moved in, put bunk beds in every room and had 14 people immediately, I can tell you that's a material change of use, changing from 7 to 14. Clearly, the nature of the impacts associated with that many additional people on the number of bins they'd have to provide outside, on the likelihood of parking demand as modelled under our guidance, would all have no demonstrable external impacts that would be a reason to refuse it. And apologies to Councillor Smythe, because you weren't, well, one of our best attending members, you did miss the committee in April where we were looking specifically at these matters, and on that agenda we had a couple of HMOs which were changes of use from 5-bed to 8-bed, and the officer recommendation was that they do need plan permission because that increase from 5, which has a certain number of bins and a certain likelihood of parking impact, compared to 8, which actually has a notable difference in both the scale and number of bins provided, and thus how that would appear in the streets, etc., all had demonstrable implications for it. The same is not true for 6 to 7, or indeed for 6 to 8, where those calculations just simply don't wash out.
I mean, I understand. Thank you very much for that, and I agree with you on that. My question was very specific. The advantage we have had in dealing with these by saying that they do need a planning permission is that we've been able to give it planning permission, but with a limit on 7 people living in it. How do we get that same advantage if we decide it doesn't need planning permission?
And to answer that specific question, you don't. Whether you have seen that as an advantage to impose control, that in our professional advice and on the advice of the legal advisors we've both employed and have, you don't have that right. So while that's been advantageous to you, you shouldn't have done so because you didn't have the right.
Okay, but I understand that some of the appeals that have been dealt with, that condition has been upheld by the inspector.
In cases where plan permission has been deemed to be necessary, or an inspector has, and I will be blunt, failed in their professional duty and not addressed the question of whether plan permission is needed, then upon occasion conditions have been imposed. There's been some without it. Inspectors are not particularly consistent, unfortunately. Just be absolutely clear, and what was covered, again, apologies, in great depth in the May report, is that no inspector has ever determined in Portsmouth that 6 to 7 is a material change of use. They've been silent on the matter frequently. They have expressly stated they do not wish to make a judgment on the matter frequently, but no one has ever determined through appeal that a 6 to 7 or 6 to 8 requires plan permission. So consequently, they've just sidestepped the issue and then looked at what they felt were reasonable conditions, and in some occasions, contrary again to officer advice, but in some occasions inspectors have imposed that condition.
Thank you, I understand that, but it still remains to me that there is a problem that we can't take any opportunity to limit the number of occupants to.
Yeah, apologies, because I was going to come back to this. This is the final point, because this is applicable to all of them. So clearly, however, the main control of occupancy, and one of the reasons why we would never, as officers, recommend a condition for occupancy, is the fact that that's dealt with far better under a different regime, private sector housing licensing. So in this case, none of the rooms are big enough. to support a double bedroom, which one of them might be. I'd have to go back and check. So that's the mechanism wherein occupancy is far better checked, because it's a far more diligent assessment than looking at a plan, i.e. a forward proposal of what might happen. It is a regular check, a on-site inspection right down to where the plug sockets are, which has nothing to do with planning, and then a renewal process through having to renew that licensing. So there is absolutely control by the council of that occupancy. You need not concern yourself. It's just no control by the planning committee, because this is not the place where that matter is controlled.
You've absolutely anticipated my last question. Thank you very much. I was going to ask about the powers of licensing, and you've answered that.
I mean, this is useful, particularly for newer members to committee. Gerald.
But two things. In the deputations we had from Mr. Thorpe, he said that planning permission had been refused by inspectors on this site. In the report, it has planning history, and it doesn't mention those. So I'm just trying to find out where had there been any refusal?
Yes, that's like Mr. Thorpe. What I heard was he was referencing other sites. I believe referencing Shadwell Road, which yours wishes to make a deputation.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think the second bit for me is, if we decide that things don't need planning permission, anybody can up their numbers from going from 6 upwards without coming for planning permission. I think that is a hugely worrying thing for the city, because if anybody can do it without asking anybody, and I think that would be a real dereliction of our views, which is why I continued the view that the council needs to make sure that we do take, and we may say when we get to it, yes, it's fine, but we should actually take a decision of that it needs planning permission.
Right, can I help here and second his proposition so that we get to a vote?
Okay, I mean, it's important that we tease this out, as I say, particularly for newer members for whom this is the first HMO special.
We had advice, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, that 6 to 7, in your view, is, and in most situations, if the standards are okay, is doesn't need planning permission, and it's not development. But you did go on to say that if this had been 6 to, for example, 10, in order to make these small rooms into double rooms, then that would be development. And we would therefore be able to consider it subject to our normal rules about enough people objecting and a member calling the application into planning committee. We do have to face up to the fact that very often we have these where we agree that it's a development, and we now know the inspector doesn't think that's a good idea. We've tested that. And then we have costs awarded against us when the appeal comes back, and we can't afford for that to do that too often. But then also we're wasting, in a sense, a lot of planning committee time. One of the reasons that we're being judged as inadequate as a planning authority, there's consideration that we should be judged at being too slow at turning around planning applications. And the reason for this that's been identified by external consultants is this HMO difficulty. I just want to point that out in the public domain, because the pressures are not all going one way here.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay. We need to make some progress. I think Councillor Hunt's right. So the question remains, do we believe this requires planning does this require planning permission? We've got a form of words from Councillor Van Jackson, seconded Councillor Hunt. Those in favour of this application requiring planning permission?
It's 5 votes in favour.
Those against? And abstentions?
4 abstentions, so the motion passes and planning permission is required.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, so members' questions. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused because Mr. Thorpe said this was a 3-bedroom house. I presume that's historically what it was at the start. Would that be about right?
Chair, Chair, could I think we've jumped. We haven't had the presentation about the plan.
Sorry, yeah. We did.
And that might answer Councillor Hunt's question.
We did. I know it was a while ago.
Was
but
it?
We did have
we?
the
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Clearly, I'm forgetting things.
We did.
Yeah, and the presentation did not include a map of a plan of a 3-bed house because it's currently a 6-bed HMO. But yes, that does. I can't vouchsafe, but it does sound about right for what historically it may well have been. Yeah. Members, yeah, that was the presentation I provided. There are nothing else I can add. Obviously, happy to answer any questions.
Can I ask about the combined living space? It says here the area provided is 25.49, but the required standard is 34 metres squared, stroke 22.5 metres squared. What does that mean? I don't understand.
Certainly. So, and apologies, this is somewhat erratic in, as different officers produce that. Your guidance says you must have 34 square metres for combined living space for a 6 or indeed a 7 or indeed a larger HMO unless all bedrooms are over 10 square metres, in which case a smaller standard of 22.5 can apply. As detailed in the following paragraph, in this case all bedrooms are over 10 metres and therefore the 22.5
Chair, I think we
applies.
do need to see that. We haven't seen those plans up yet. They're in the pack, but the public haven't seen them, and we haven't. Normally, we go through if we decide that it's a planning application. We have to go through the process of looking at the merits of approving or not approving this.
We may not get through all the applications today, but yeah, okay, all right.
So, if you wish, I can do the presentation again. So, as detailed, not many HMOs in the area. They are the floor plans. There's a few images, photographs as well, if members wish to see them, but I'll leave the floor plans on screen if that is what members particularly wish to discuss.
Okay. Members, any questions while the floor plan's up for us to look at?
Yeah.
Councillor Bernard-Jackson.
Can I ask about...
Councillor Bernard-Jackson first.
So 2 quick questions. First is there was a comment that the HMO register is not up to date. Could we know from Ian how it is kept up to date, and if people have information to add to it to improve it, how they get that information in? And the second question from Councillor Swan was about the loss of light to neighbouring properties, and what assessment has been made of the loss of light and therefore the loss of amenity to neighbouring properties.
To answer both questions, the HMO database is constantly kept up to date, mostly by the individual assessment of new applications. Is the entire database correct? Categorically no. Is the database as relevant to a 50-metre radius from this site correct? Categorically yes. Because we update it as and when it comes forward, or indeed when other information is provided to us, such as licensing information, or indeed people raising what are potentially unauthorised HMOs through our enforcement team. So it's updated by planning applications, by licensing applications, and through third-party intervention, usually through the enforcement team. That's obviously validated in each application sense by notifying ward members and notifying neighbours so that they can inform us if they think there are more HMOs in the area than perhaps we might have captured. But yes, I'm absolutely confident on every single one on this agenda, the database information is correct. But obviously in other parts of the city where we don't get a lot of applications, I wouldn't be surprised if it was out of date. Impact on amenity by overshadowing. This scheme involves no operational development. So if there has been overshadowing or indeed criminal trespass through scaffolding, all of that's a matter that is covered by permitted development from a planning sense, and thus wasn't something that we had any control over, or indeed something out with the planning matters such as trespass in the first place.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. The question that I wanted to ask was about bin storage and where it will be kept at the front of the house with this extra person adding to it.
I don't believe we've had a specific submission from the applicant, but the assessed intention is that it would be kept in the front garden, as is the current case. So this is a 6 to 7 bed change. The number of bins provided by the Waste Collection Authority and expected is exactly the same, where there are 6 or 7 occupants, so there will be no change to bin storage.
Judith.
Is there any cycle storage? And if so, if there isn't, then if we're minded to approve this, we need to put a condition in about bicycle storage. I think in this case, although it's difficult to get a bicycle through, it's not impossible. It's not the sort of chicane that sometimes does lead to us finding grounds for refusal. This one, it's inconvenient, difficult, but there's no indication that the cycle storage is going to be provided, so we need to put a condition on. And I assume we wouldn't need to put a condition on to do with the SPD and that sort of thing, because the report doesn't indicate that. But I suppose more generally, are there any other conditions we should put on should we be minded to approve this application?
So on the basic plan permission is required, there are conditions described in paragraph 6.2, a 3-year time limit, a approved plan, and the relevant controls for the SBA mitigation for nitrates and bird aware. The cave officer is just double checking for me what the current circumstance of the cycle storage is. If there is no cycle storage, then clearly that can be imposed as a condition as well. However, I would say, again, the cycle storage requirements for a 6-bed and a 7-bed are exactly the same, so that should have been dealt with previously and should already be retained. But clearly, if that hasn't been properly dealt with, a condition can be imposed as a 4th condition on a grant of plan permission.
If there is already cycle storage, I accept the argument that 7 and 6 can be dealt the same way, but there's no evidence of it on the plan, and we should have a condition.
Okay. Comments? Gerald?
Thanks, Chair. Much as I would like to turn this down, there does not seem to me a defendable reason to do so, and therefore I think I will propose conditional permission with the conditions as set out in 6.2, but with the addition of satisfactory cycle storage, waste storage, and a limit to occupation by 7 people as maximum.
Councillor Hunt, comments?
All right, so just want to make a couple of observations. I get really alarmed when we start to demonise this form of accommodation, and I think that all of us have to be very careful about our language around it. I happen to have HMOs near me which cause no trouble at all. The people who used to smoke grass, they've moved on since. So, you know, it does depend on who you get in, I guess. And I know that there are some very serious problems. Equally, you can get some people living privately who cause terrible problems for neighbours. You know, to attempt to demonise this form of living accommodation when people are really hard up against affording a roof over their head, it doesn't sit very well with me, particularly when there's those of us who've got nice comfortable homes and nowhere to live. It was mentioned in the deputation.
If we could get back to this particular application.
Yeah, it was mentioned in the deputation on this. So I think we need to be really careful as councillors and members of the committee, in particular, in doing that. I tend to agree with Councillor Vernon Jackson, but the trouble is when you look at the plans here, that these homes were not intended to be like this. But there again, I mean, you've got the bedroom in the front bedroom, in the front room downstairs, next door to the bin storage area. But these front rooms were never meant to be bedrooms, not really. But I suppose the way that housing has evolved, not just here in Portsmouth, but everywhere else, it's not exclusive to Portsmouth at all. It's far worse in some other areas, but it was never intended that you have a bedroom at the front, unless, of course, Nan was dying and she was sat in the bedroom and all that sort of thing. So these are overdeveloped. They really are all overdeveloped. I accept exactly what the applicant says, the applicant's agent says behind me, that we have driven up the standards of HMOs, and I'm enormously grateful for that. We have by sticking our heels in here, driven up the standard of HMOs. And on this one, all the space standards are complied with. We've asked a question about combined living space. I still think it's going to be a bit crowded, you know, with 7 adults. There were 6 or 7 adults or no more now, if because of the condition. You know, you 6 or 7 bicycles. It is difficult, 6 or 7 people, adults wanting to do shift work and so on. But like I said earlier, these HMOs are symptomatic of a failure of housing policy since the war. There just is not enough housing that is affordable to go around. And even in these, I don't know how much they're going to get a room, £150 a week, I have no idea, 175, I don't know. It's enormously expensive for people to have a roof over their head. But at least they are going to get, in this case, some sort of roof over their head. But I'm not happy about it, just the same as Mr. Thorpe. We should all be living in proper accommodation. I suppose it depends on your definition of what proper is, but I won't go into that. But they've all got ensuite, are all ensuite with a shower. There's 8 hobs there. So in the circumstances, it's one of the better ones. I know people won't be pleased about it, but what can you do other than waste taxpayers' money trying to chuck it out?
Okay, thank you. And you know, I said it in our previous meeting, we're in the business of material planning considerations, whether we like it or not.
I'd like to second Councillor Vernon Jackson's recommendation with the addition of the cycles and the 7-person limit.
Thank you. So we have a motion before us. Does anybody else have anything else? So, of course, Hannah.
Yeah, thank you. I think just on my part, I've only attended this planning meeting and the one previously, and I know that in the report you've given us the guidelines of 1 HMO within a 50-mile radius, but predominantly this area around, we've got Powers Court, Wykeham Road, Thurban Road, Shadwell, I've seen Chichester Road, Powers Court, they are all within still quite a close proximity, and it's affecting Hilsey and Copner. I appreciate they are going to be around the rest of the city, but just from what I've personally seen so far since I've attended the planning, they are predominantly in this area, and I think that is a concern of mine sort of moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that observation. So we have a motion that's been proposed and seconded. Anybody else? Anybody else before we go to the vote? Okay, so the motion to accept planning. Sorry, Ian's looking at me. I can see Ian.
Can I just check the conditions? So obviously it's time limit approved plans, associated conditions with SPA. Confirmation of, say, a cycle store is shown on the site plan, the case officers confirm confirmation of cycle store and refuse store, though the refuse will be in the front garden, I am sure, and a proposed condition to limit occupancy to 7, which I must say we will strongly recommend is not appropriate to you, but is your judgment to make.
As just set out, those in favour of granting planning permission?
Unanimous approval.
Okay, thank you, Kieran. I would like to...
I have to go now.
Yeah, I know you have to go, sorry. Thank you, Lee. I'd like to make some progress. I know, Councillor Simpson, you had to go somewhere. You've delayed your departure, I think. Before we do a leg stretch, can we'll do one more.
And if we're quick, we might get through more than one, Chris.
Well, before a leg stretch. So we've moved it around a little. So we are now going to move to 13 Shadwell Road, which my pack is 69 to 79, so 67 to 77, I suspect. From yours. 13 Shadwell Road, item 10 on your agenda. See how my item 6 is Powers Court. Mine's completely different. So what's yours, Ian?
No, you're right, Chris.
Thank you.
Just on here, it's wrong.
Okay. 13 Shadwell Road. Okay. Are we there? $77. Okay, thank you.
13 Shadwell Road. This is a change of use from an existing, they've described it as a C4 HMO, in fact a 6-bed HMO, to an 8-bed HMO. I've left the description the same as you can see on this slide, as the application is currently at appeal, so you're not being asked to determine the application, but to have said what you would have determined the application to be. 13 Shadwell Road, you can see there in situ. The screen's not particularly clear today, apologies. There it is in the street scene, front and rear. This is an area with 3 HMOs, I think it is. Yeah, 3 HMOs out of 92 in this location, so less than 4% HMOs. And there you can see the existing 6-bed HMO and the proposed 8-bed HMO floor plans, which are obviously also provided within the agenda papers. The application is fully compliant with your policies in terms of mix and room size, as discussed in the report. I do have to flag from the SMAT, I think it's this one, just a small typo in paragraph, I think it's 5.4, where it says occupancy increase of 1, where of course it's an occupancy increase of 2. That occupancy increase of 2, however, is not considered to be a material change of use requiring planning permission, and hence unconditional permission is recommended. Notwithstanding that, it does fully comply with your policies in any event. For clarity, I can also confirm that cycle storage is shown on the approved plans, but we do not believe they have been built.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Can I propose that the committee decides... Oh, no, we do need to do
adaptations. I know, we have to.
Sorry.
There's a rhythm to the...
Sorry, beg your pardon.
to the thing. We want to hear from Mr. Thorpe.
I'm back. So these two houses, 13 and 15 Shadwell Road, I don't think we can separate the discussion, despite what you're going to be told to do in a minute. And in fact, these two houses were the reason that I stood as a councillor in the first place. What we've got here is actually the fundamental crux of the problem. You've got a property that has been twice dismissed at appeal, one for 13 and one for 15 Shadwell Road. You gave a clear direction to basically the planning department on what recommendations to make, having rejected this property. I mean, these properties have spent more time in front of this planning committee than St James's Hospital, and they're carrying on. And the report doesn't even mention the fundamental reasons for refusal of these properties. They were both approved as HMOs. The reason they were not approved and the cap was put on the number of occupants is this is actually 3 HMOs in a row. You have 2 HMOs, and then as the third house in the row, you have a assisted living house with ancillary thing, and that, as Ian correctly pointed out at the time, can flick between C4 and C3 usage, depending on the occupancy, etc., etc. So the agreement that was made, and Councillor Vernon Jackson kindly did it, was the floor plan that showed 5 bedrooms, he restricted to 5 people, and the other one that showed 7, he restricted to 7, and he agreed not for an over-intensification of the use of the property. Specifically with Shadwell Road, Oriel Road, Ophir Road, those 4 roads are absolutely inundated with HMOs. It's a change that's happened within the last 4 years. Within Shadwell Road specifically, since the initial application was made for number 15 in Shadwell Road, we've had 13 Shadwell Road. That is only a planning application here for the reason that Councillor Benedict Swan said, which is poor building standards. Basically, they caused so much party wall agreement issues with the neighbouring property, they ended up being forced to buy it against their better will. That's why this is a HMO. You've then got 16 Shadwell Road, opposite. You've got 29 Shadwell Road, you've got 46, 51, 84. This is a tiny street that links if you know the area of Portsmouth, between London Road and Gladys Avenue. This isn't a road that goes halfway across the city, and you've got massive influx of HMOs, and every single one of them is super HMOs. You've also got Ian sitting there telling you that the HMO count and the HMO database is perfect, when the house opposite, number 16, has just applied for retrospective planning permission, having 10 years and 1 month after its first use as a HMO. You've also got the neighbouring property, number 9, Shadwell Road, that was a HMO at the time of the HMOs being approved, because I spoke to the owner last week. I mean, you've just got to get a grip of the issues. I think if you were to reject this property, the grounds for rejection should be purely based on overdevelopment, and you should start building a constructive argument on why that's the case. There is no point approving this because it's going to be decided by the planning inspectorate. So please, my sort of passion would be for you to reject it, for you to give the power to the chairman to form more than a 3-line whipped round the committee reason for rejection, and to actually state the issues, which are the bike storage, the road deaths caused by the traffic planning at the end of the road, the space standards, the low standard of living. I mean, you're not rejecting a development by rejecting it. You're just saying that all this is doing is taking a HMO and making it a worse place to live in. Also, if you look at the plans for number 15 Shadwell Road, there's been a distinct degrade in the quality of accommodation provided by HMOs. You've got 2 of the main HMO developers in the room here. One's Simon Hill, who's unfortunately not in the room. He does reasonable plans. And then you've got Applecore, who cram in as many rooms as possible. In all HMOs up till 3 years ago, they used to have a large kitchen diner and a large communal space at the back of the house that gave a good standard of living. If you notice, the latest rendition of the HMO for the last 18 months now removes that large communal space with the open French doors and crams yet another bedroom in at another 500 quid. And you've got to look at the reasons that the houses are being developed in this way, because this is actually a failure of the space standard. I don't actually accept that the space standard's that high. I think the space standard's part of the problem because it's being used as a design rule rather than practical considerations about quality of living. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Russell.
I'm not going to read it out twice for 13 and 15, so I'm going to read it once because I do feel that need to be combined. It was only last planning committee that Councillor Strudwick and I commented on Shadwell Road never catching a break. Once again, Shadwell Road is on the agenda, and this time 2 back-to-back. I won't repeat myself too much other than that this is a road that has a large number of flats and HMOs as it is. The actual amount of HMOs, illegal and legal, still seems to be a mystery. It's worth noting that both of these HMOs were rejected by this planning committee, and for once were also rejected by the inspector and appointed by the Secretary of State. 13 was refused permission from a C4 to sui generis, which is plans from 7 rooms, which included a study at that time. And 15 was refused permission to change from a C3 to a C4. Plans were 4-bedroom based on the plans I could find. So it will come to no surprise that after both were rejected, landlords do what landlords do best. They ask for even more. The greed is endless. We now have 13 Shadwell Road, which is an application from a C4 to a sui generis, which is 6 to 8 people, 8-bedroom application, after it was refused from a 6 to 7. And we have 15 Shadwell Road, a C3 to sui generis, 7-bedroom application, but for 8 people as one is a shared double. That's an increase of 4. This is beyond ridiculous, and I may emphasize on the word greed. This family road is slowly becoming student accommodation, and residents' homes are losing value due to overdeveloping and overcrowding in these once beautiful 1900 built houses. Whilst each planning application must be considered on its own merits, the impact of 2 8-person HMOs is not only over-intensifying the use of each property, but essentially adding the equivalent of an additional property within the street, and one that will be occupied only by adults, and therefore is entirely reasonable to assume that this will lead to an increase in parking need by 4 to 5 extra cars. The area does not have the benefit of residents' parking zone to limit this increased parking demand. There will be an inevitable increased demand on waste management and overloading the sewers. The council has evidence that HMOs are subject of more nuisance, noise and ASB issues than family homes. And I would ask that the committee ask officers to include this evidence to support this reason for refusing these applications. These are material considerations for refusal. I would also like to remind the members the Campbell Properties judgment has always been clear to the planning authority that it applies specifically to 6 persons going to 7-person HMO, not 6 to 8. Thank you.
Okay, deputation on behalf of the agent.
So this application is for a change of use from a Class C4 house in multiple occupation to 8-person
Chair.
house in multiple.
Is it not me next? Sorry.
Oh.
I can wait.
Sorry, councillors go next.
I don't have you on the list for a deputation.
It should be down, just because I did send an email requesting to talk on it. Not for
15?
That's what I'll save. I did ask for both, but if there's a mistake being made, that's fine. I'll talk on 15 then.
Do you want to do it on 15? Okay.
Thank you. This application is for a change of use from a Class C4 house in multiple occupation to an 8-person house in multiple occupation. This application complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Housing Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. This property provides 8 bedrooms in excess of the 10 square metre requirement, which requires 22.5 square metres of communal area. The communal area of this property is 23.29, exceeding this requirement. This meets the required space standards. In addition to requirement, the property also benefits from ensuite shower rooms to all of the bedrooms. As you will be aware, this application has been to appeal previously and dismissed on nitrates only. The inspector found that the property is to be in good standard of accommodation for all residents. The mitigation has now been paid and a Section 111 signed. This is in place to mitigate against the impact of nitrates into the Solent special protection areas. This application, due to having already been to the inspectorate, should have been approved by delegated authority of the planning officer, instead of wasting time for all involved in coming back to committee. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation and save time and cost involved in taking this to appeal for the second time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're being asked to think about what we would have done in terms of planning permission. Would we have wanted, I can see Gerald is raising his arm. Gerald?
I think, to be consistent, we would have wanted to have taken a view that this did need planning permission with the previous wording.
Okay. Would anybody like to second that?
Chairman, I will need to just make a comment.
Okay.
Just, as members say, I would suggest extraordinary caution with the phraseology just used. It is a requirement that you assess the individual application. So to be consistent, using exactly the same wording is exactly the error you fell into that had costs awarded against us before. So if by coincidence it just so happens exactly the same wording does apply, that may well be the case. But please don't fall into the error of just applying the same wording because you feel that is good wording. It must be bespoke on this scheme, 13 Shadwell Road.
Specificity, I think, is the word.
Okay, very happy to add in the words at 13 Shadwell Road.
Can I ask a question about the fact we've got 2 applications here, which puts 2 HM, if we were to approve both of them in the end, they would be next door to each other. Our policy, does it include anything to stop 2 next door? I don't think it does, but it does include 2 that are sandwiching a particular dwelling. I don't think this one falls into that category, but I can't see the house numbers on the plan, so could we have some clarification about that? And also why these aren't marked on...
Apologies to interrupt, but I'm very mindful we're still in the midst of a motion for whether plan permission is required rather than these issues which go to merits.
I want to,
so you may wish to hold this question until after you've settled that question.
I wanted to put your answer into a possible reason for saying it needed planning permission.
The compliance or otherwise with policy has no relevance to whether it needs plan permission, so I'm not sure that would get us there. To answer your question, however, say yes, the guidance for your SPD does talk about 3 HMOs in a row and 2 sandwiching, 1 in the middle. And obviously, 13 and 15 are contiguous, so 2 HMOs in a row, not falling foul of those guidance issues.
Okay, so in respect of whether we believe this requires planning permission. Judith, if I can ask you to turn your microphone off. Well, we've got a set of wording that was amended slightly. I will second the proposal so we can make some progress.
Chair, I will second on the basis that we're just being consistent with what we did before.
Okay, all right, so we've got the wording and a seconder. Those in favour of this planning permission requiring planning permission?
Six votes in favour.
Against? And abstentions?
2 abstentions. The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, so questions?
And just to pick up Judith's point, the number of HMOs, could we have the map up again if it's possible, Ian? So have we counted both 13 and 15 as HMOs for your 3.26%?
Yes, the 3 HMOs that are recognised, obviously both 13 and 15 already have permission to be HMOs. Yeah. One of them is an HMO. Number 13, 115 isn't yet an HMO but has permission. Yeah. So they are both counted, as is number 34. Which is an HMO. 2 others were referenced in the deputation, number 9, which is a dwelling house, and all our records show it to be a dwelling house, and number 16, which has applied to be an HMO, but doesn't yet have permission to be an HMO. So obviously, as and when that application comes forward for determination, there would be the number of HMOs that are there at that time. So that's not currently counted on it, because obviously they are done in order.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Ian.
Further questions? Comments?
Sorry, Ian, what would that then put the ratio once they've been possibly approved?
Number 16 came
Yeah,
forward.
because I mean, certainly from when we had the deputation from Henry, there were quite a lot of properties within that specific area.
So the 2 that I picked up from that, 9 and 16, neither of them are HMOs. So that's the case. So it doesn't change the percentage. Obviously, when 16 comes forward and seeks to change into an HMO, that would increase the percentage, certainly. We'd have to redraw, because obviously that 50 metres is as the crow flies, so it would move slightly the dial. I wouldn't anticipate that it would get above 5%, though.
Comments? Gerald.
Well, I know in 1.8 the inspector rejected this, but only rejected it because of the sound SPA. And the government inspector has clearly said that their view, I don't agree with their view, but it's the government inspector has said that their view is that the layout works and the space standards are adhered to. I cannot therefore see a sustainable reason for refusal, and therefore I will move the officer's recommend that the conditional permission is granted, but to a limit to 8 persons.
Ian, did you want to say something?
So the only thing to advise members, obviously, having concluded plan permission is needed, there are recommendation conditions, so time limit, it could be either 1 or 3 years, the approved plans, relevant SPA mitigation, which, as the agent has said, they have already commenced that work on. That will just need to be tidied up. A conditional limiting occupation, we of course do not recommend, is in your gift to do so. And then in terms of cycle storage, as I said, they're shown on the approved plans, but we don't think either of them have been built, so a condition to deliver that cycle storage would be appropriate as well.
To second that.
Thank you. Okay, members, any other views, thoughts? Okay, we have a motion before us that has been seconded. Those in favour?
That's 7 in favour.
Against? Abstentions?
And 1 abstention. The motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. Shall we have a break.
We couldn't do just one more before we break?
I'm happy to carry on if everybody else... Okay, yep, all right. 15, Chadwell Road.
What page number, Chris?
Who knows?
67, thank you.
If you're happy, Chairman. 15 Shadwell Road, so next door. This has plan permission to change from its current C3 use to a C3 or C4. However, that use has not yet commenced, so it is currently a C3 use. The application is therefore for a change of use from a C3 dwelling house to an 8-bed HMO. That does need planning permission, so you do not need to concern yourself with that question. There it is. It's a very similar images. It's just next door. So a similar percentage. Do draw your attention to the SMAT. We've just updated that slightly as we moved one down, a couple of houses moving out. So it's now 3 HMOs out of 92, so 3.3%, just for absolute clarity there, but obviously well within the thresholds. The size plans you can see there, fully compliant with your standards. As mentioned before, all the bedrooms are well over 10 metres and the communal space is at 34.7. We've got 7 bedrooms, one of which, bedroom 3, which is at a 16.8 square metres, is being utilised for double use to get the 8 occupants. So 7 ensuite bedrooms, one of which double, fully compliant with all of your policies. This increase This change of use requires express plan permission and consequently conditions are recommended as appended to the end of the agenda. As I'm saying this, I'm just wanting to double check whether we have imposed a cycle storage condition already and indeed a condition to ensure that the full completion of any outstanding works under permitted development are done so that the provided spaces are there to meet those standards.
Okay, Mr. Thorpe.
Yeah, where shall I go from here? As a local resident, I mean, my house is on that block plan that shows all the local houses. So this is kind of why I'm here, because I'm trying to make the policy changes before the whole neighbourhood is badly affected by this issue. If you take the neighbouring road, Oriel Road, and you talk about HMO issues, we have had immigration control, we've had drug control, we've had stabbings, we've had multiple issues, all from HMOs licensed within the last 3 years, and that we see no real, what I would call meaningful management of licensing control. And I've always said when I've come here about licensing that I couldn't tell you how good or bad licensing is because there's not proper auditing. Whereas if we take a city like Coventry, it's all public information and everyone knows what's happening within licensing control. That doesn't just include the applicants, because I'm sure they could give me a more detailed thing. That includes the people, the tenants that are living within it and the communities around it. So Portsmouth is majorly failing on licensing. If we now talk about this house, this is the classic problem with HMOs. This is a beautiful 120-year-old house with no foundations. What they're doing here is they're ripping the chimney breasts out, they're adjusting the floor levels on the top level, and they're basically destroying the housing stock. They're removing family homes without any way of rebuilding it. If this was to remain a HMO, then its current floor plan as a 5-bedroom HMO is acceptable. What we see here actually isn't a truthful plan, if we're being honest. If you look at the previous application for number 13 Shadwell Road, you'll see that they've crammed another bedroom in the end on exactly the same floor plan. And I have absolutely no doubt that Applecore will go down that route and ruin the communal areas and make it a poor place to live in. Whereas if they just didn't build that bedroom, they'd have a much higher living standards and accommodation. In terms specifically for this house, I'm really actually frustrated to hear Ian Maguire saying that number 16 Shadwell Road can't be included as a HMO when it's got a planning application in saying that it's been used as a HMO for the last 10 years and it's going to be, and it's presently a HMO. So it does count in the HMO counts. I don't get why this stuff isn't being picked up, and I just find it hard to keep motivated to try and bring about HMO reform when I get nothing from the administration in terms of anything proactive in terms of changing HMO policy. Because I'm not against HMOs, I've just said I'd actually welcome more of them if they were smaller, low-scale developments. The issue's the size, and the problem is the one thing the developers don't want to control, because of greed in the income, is the size and the number of people that they're creating in. And to be honest, I've heard deputations from Simon before on many occasions, and he gives quite a comprehensive thing. He talks about HMO management, he talks about the social issues. Half of his deputation should be thrown out because they're to do with licensing things, but it's really nice to hear him come up with proactive things that I would like to see interviewed. When it comes to Apple Court, all their developments are always about cramming in the most number of rooms. And they do not take an active role with management. I mean, if we take the Apple Core property in my street that's been redeveloped, it's been a drug den for the last 2 years, and we've had 3 or 4 tons of compost and taken down to the local waste centre. So we do actually have to think about communities, because things like crime are material planning considerations. And the simple fact is, in the neighbouring road, I can vouch for the number of social issues that HMOs have caused, and it is higher, and the council admit that it's higher for this issue. In regards specifically to Shadwell Road, this road has an acute parking problem, partly caused by the council putting a parking zone at the top of the street, which stops things, and there has been a road death at the bottom of the street caused by the parking provision for neighbouring businesses. I don't really have much more to say on it, but I'm going to ask some more direct questions later, trying to get some answers on where we're going with policy reforms, because we've just had a policy discussion in the first agenda item with no real right to reply, and actually, factually, some of the statements made seemed rather questionable to me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was just some slight confusion with the officers with the email sent, but it's not a problem because they're next to each other, so I'll just carry on. I mean, I've been here multiple times about Shadwell, and Mr. Thorpe has hit the nail on the head in terms of if we just updated some of our policies, which, I mean, I bang on about this every time I come to this committee, and I know this isn't the right forum, but until there's a forum for it, this is the only place I can come. In terms of the actual application, Shadwell Road used to be quite quiet. When I was first elected, I didn't really understand the full scale of the HMO issue. And as Councillor Hannah Brent said, from one of the comments she made earlier, she probably doesn't know this full scale either, but it's getting worse. In terms of the actual application, I said this when I last came to the committee and the restriction was imposed, is they're just going to put more people in it later on. And look what's happened. We've now got 16 people who are going to be living next to each other. That's 16 people in such a small area. And if you put this into context, I think there's 17 people in this room. So if we all live together, brilliant, if you want to, in 2 adjacent properties, I can't understand why we can't put forward the idea that Mr. Thorpe put forward as well about the antisocial behaviour, because it's prevalent, the data's there. There's been stabbings, there's been muggings, there's been all sorts of issues that are in the public realm, but it's never added onto the planning application. You even take into account the radii. And Mr. Ian Maguire put that forward as well. He'll have to slightly change it. Why is it a circle? This road doesn't make sense. There's loads of HMOs on this road. And I have to agree with what Henry said as well. We don't have a problem with small-scale HMOs because people do need somewhere to live. But when you have super HMOs that are basically hotels right next to each other, it's not a good standard of living. And I'm fed up of saying it, to be honest.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Simpson? Okay.
I combine the 13, 15 together, so I feel like I've covered everything.
You don't want to say anything else?
I don't think there's anything else more to say, considering the last one went through anyway, so it's quite inevitable what's going to happen now.
Experience, it doesn't always stop councillors from saying something else, even if there isn't nothing else to say. Okay, deputation on behalf of the agent.
Thank you. This application is for a change of use from a Class C3 house in multiple occupation to an 8-person house in multiple occupation. The property provides all 7 bedrooms which meet or exceed the 10 metre square bedroom size, which dictate a required communal area of 22.5. The property provides 34.69 square metres of communal area, which far exceeds that requirement. All bedrooms also benefit from an ensuite. The application includes 6 bedrooms for single use and 1 bedroom for double use. The proposed double room is 16.84 square metres, which exceeds the 14 square metre requirement for a double room. This will allow the applicant to provide a home to a couple within the largest room. There has been a growing need for accommodation for couples within the city for whom renting on an all-inclusive bill letting option may be an attractive option. I note that Henry Thorpe's previous comments on the inspector agreeing with an occupancy condition for this property. However, it is important to also note that it was placed on a previous 4-bed floor plan before the property was developed, where it could be agreed that placing a 4-bed condition could be justified. The application complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Houses and Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so members' questions. Councillor Smythe.
I've got a question relating to the statement on the top of page 70, which says the application to remove a condition of 4 to allow occupancy for more than 4 residents and users was refused 09/12/21. What were the grounds for refusal, please?
I'll have to go and look up the decision notice. Obviously, that was a condition imposed by, I think, this committee in July 2020. So I imagine it was for the fact that there was insufficient change to that purpose. Would suggest, point out, however, that there has been some internal alterations and extensions that have obviously led to this new, much larger scheme. So the relevance of that condition will be limited, but I will dig out the reason for that decision in a second.
We know about that before making a decision.
Any other questions while Ian is finding that information for us? Any comments on this application? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Well, Chair and through you, I'm in a slightly difficult place. I have a great deal of sympathy for people saying that large numbers of HMOs change the feel of an area, and we brought in a limit, and one of the few places to have an Article 4 directive, so people have to ask permission to have an HMO. In lots of other places, it just happens. And I know we've had several attempts to write an SPD to limit number of HMOs in areas, which have all at various times suffered under the hands of government inspectors. And so we've met with the chief planning officer for England, at the request of Penny Mordaunt, and we asked her, is there anything else we could do in terms of a planning policy to strengthen it so that we had more ability to limit HMOs? And her response was there was nothing else we could do. There is no planning policy we could bring in. Now, but she might be wrong. She's only the chief planning officer for England, and Penny Mordaunt asked her to come and see us. But I would be really grateful to have from Henry and from Daniel specific things that we could do in terms of changing the policy that would strengthen the hand of this committee and of officers to be able to limit the effects of HMOs. Because if we could find those suggestions, and if the planning inspectorate supported them and didn't rule them out, then we would have a much stronger hand. But I think we've either had 3 or 4 different attempts under different administrations to try to get a policy that flew and wasn't wrecked by government inspectors, and none of them have worked as well as we had hoped. So I would be incredibly grateful, and I'm sure the administration would be, and actually councillors from all parties, if there are specific things that we can change in the policy to toughen it up. I think we would be very, very grateful to hear, so that we can test them out with the government planning inspectorate to see if they survive.
Okay, so that's a conversation you may wish to have elsewhere. In terms of this particular application, any other comments?
None.
None. Okay, good. Ian.
Yes, certainly to answer the specific question. The previous change of use that was consented, which had 4 bedrooms, had a separate living room, separate kitchen and separate dining space, which were meeting their minimum standards. So that condition was imposed on the basis that an occupancy more than that would not meet the standards because of the room sizes versus the communal space. That was agreed on appeal by the inspector. There has now been a substantive extension to the rear to change that into a combined living space and obviously alter the number of bedrooms as well, so it's a fundamentally different issue, but it does turn on whether the standards are met and the acceptable living space is created for that number of occupants, and with 34.7 square metres with all the bedrooms well over standard size, those standards are now met, so it's a very different scheme to that which was judged under the 2020 planning application and the 21 variation on condition.
Thank you. Can I ask a question about at what point would 34 square metres be enough for, how much would that be, how many people would that be enough for? I'm looking for possible reasons of preventing this double occupancy of bedroom 3. We had this in the last committee when we had a much higher number of people, I think 13, didn't we?
Your planning SPD allows for 34 square metres if all the bedrooms are over the necessary size, which these are, for an 8, 9 or 10 bedroom HMO. Yep. So up to 10 people could occupy this and comply with your planning standards. Licensing has a different, slightly more complex assessment as discussed earlier, but obviously that's a different regime.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me about that. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, further comments? Councillor Van Jackson.
Thanks. I'll come back to my usual thing. I think we don't have a justifiable reason to say no, that we could defend against a government inspector. Therefore, I propose that we do say yes, and with the conditions that were put in, but with a limit to the number of people able to occupy to 8.
Chairman, obviously incumbent to me, as just discussed with Councillor Smythe, that the standards would allow an occupancy higher than that, and thus that would not be a reasonable condition in the advice of officers.
Okay, I've got a proposal. So seconded, Councillor Smythe. Okay, anything else? Okay, those in favour of the proposal?
Seven votes in favour.
Against? Abstentions?
And a single abstention.
Thank you.
Passes.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, leg stretch, everybody. 10 minutes, yeah, if that works for everybody. I do feel we might need a comfort break. If we can be back at 25 past. Okay, I mean, it is 26 minutes past, I feel. Oh, is he? Well, they better make it quickly. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Are we members? Okay, so Thurburn Road is next this afternoon, which is 63 to 68 in my pack. It might be slightly different in yours. Thurburn, 12 Thurburn Road.
Packs.
61 in some packs, page 61 in some packs. I got it? Okay, thank you. Ian?
Thank you. 12 Thurburn. So this is another one which has planning permission to be either a C3 or C4, but the information we have is it hasn't yet occupied as a C4. So the change of use is from an existing C3 dwelling house to a 7-bed HMO, and consequently planning permission is certainly required. As mentioned earlier, it's on this agenda because obviously they have a different route through to 7 beds through the non-material change argument, but not to concern us today. This does require planning permission as stands. There is the application on the site. As you can see, there's the property, the end of Thurburn Road. It is that room which they are altering to increase the occupancy from the potential 6 to the proposed 7. The work is underway, as you can see from those photographs. I'll leave you on the floor plans. So plan permission is required for this change, albeit a similar change has already been granted. This is the only one of the HMOs in the 67 properties within the relevant radius, so 1.5%. As you can see from the table on, I'll say under paragraph 5.6 rather than a page number, all the rooms fully meet the necessary space standards, so it's fully compliant with policy on that basis. Conditions are imposed, listed at the end of the recommendation, including a condition to complete the necessary works. As you can see, it's currently a building site, or at least last was when we visited it, and to provide cycle storage. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Thorpe? Nothing to say? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you. On June 15th, last year, 12 Thurburn Road was approved to be a C3 to C4, with much resistance from the residents about parking, waste, ASB increase and decrease in the value of their property. On many applications last year, we saw time and again living rooms with en-suites being submitted, assuring us that they would not be changed into another bedroom and giving the tenants of these houses somewhere else to relax away from cooking and eating. Let's call it a chill-out TV room. Please ask to see last year's application. 1 year later, and surprise, surprise, an application to turn this HMO into a zoo genre appears, and suddenly the tenants of this house have now lost their living TV room and essentially, after eating, will return to their bedroom. Talking of bedrooms, I pity the person who will be paying top rate for a room. That partitioned wall, which used to be a door and most likely thin too, will be next to the main communal room. That's not comfortable and good standard accommodation. That's being woken up every morning and late evening if the tenants work night shifts or wants to have a rest. In short, this shouldn't be a bedroom. It should remain as it was given permission for last year as a living room for those who want to chill in the TV room, because the TV was actually on the the application given, which was sold to the committee last year. I personally feel policy needs to change around these phantom living rooms, which pretend to sell another living room for tenants that get removed for one reason only, and that is greed. I recommend this application gets deferred so that the committee can inspect this living room bedroom next to the main communal room and test the sound, as I feel it would be irresponsible to give permission for a paper-walled room that a tenant would be paying top rent for. Just to add, I find it disappointing that some application report packs have some consultee comments, which is found under comments online, don't seem to make these packs. On multiple occasions, I have found that highways engineer comment to be missing from these packs, and my guess would be because they highlight the lack of parking should be considered for refusal. I would urge you before committee to look on the online comments instead of relying solely on these packs. Things are missing which should not be. I did actually mention this earlier in the year in planning committee. Thank you very much.
Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Chair. With this application, I kind of just want to echo what Councillor Simpson has said, where, you know, the committee's always promised this idea that, you know, it'll be a lovely living space for people. People will have wonderful conditions. But I really just want to draw the committee to the matter at hand. If you look at the ground floor, and you look at this new bedroom, they're going to have to deal with constant noise on a daily basis. I mean, I've lived in HMOs of various size, and I lived on a ground floor room next to a kitchen, and it was hell. It was awful, and those are my friends I lived with, and they were considerate people. If you take into account the fact that these people are most likely going to be strangers, and you're just going to hear constant noise from cooking, TV, in and out, this person in this bedroom is going to have a terrible standard of living. And we always put this in our policy where we're trying to find good standard of living. We should strive for excellent standards, and this application isn't that. I mean, just look at where the dining room table is. There isn't even enough space for the amount of people living in the property. So I'm very concerned for the person who's going to be given such a short straw.
Thank you. Councillor Candlish, if I could ask you to turn your microphone off, that'd be helpful. Okay. No further deputations on this one. Members. Judith.
Please could I ask for a measurement of bedroom 2, excluding what is effectively a corridor leading to the bathroom, and bedroom 3, which has a similar, in fact slightly longer corridor, which can't really be claimed to be living space, going past their bathroom. It seems to me we're dealing here with, in practice, 2 much, much smaller rooms, and I'd like a measurement, please, of those 2 rooms to see if they are actually up to the habitable level. Please.
So, Judith, which bedroom is that?
Bedroom 2 and 3 both have these internal corridors in them, which shouldn't really be counted as part of the living space. And I think there are other ways of actually. There are definitely other ways of designing it. You could have, you know. But I wouldn't count those corridors in the size of the room.
Thank you, Judith. I'll ask you to.
Chairman, it will take a few minutes for the case officer just to measure those up.
Any other questions, members? Joe.
Well, I had a similar thought, and if I looked at bedrooms 3 and 4, bedroom 3 is defined as being 11.41, bedroom 4 is defined as 11.58. But if you look at the picture on the plan, they're next door to each other, and bedroom 4 has got a decent amount of space around the double bed. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you, Judith. Bedroom 3 has got almost no space for anything apart from the double bed. And yet they're defined in the paperwork as being almost exactly the same size, 11.41 to 11.58. And it just, Judith is right, there is, in several of these bedrooms, there is stuff that is not usable space.
Ian, do you have an answer?
No, that will take a few minutes. We have to obviously get the system up and running.
Okay. Ian. John.
Sorry. Just picking up on Councillor Simpson's and Weems's point about the noise in that ground floor additional bedroom. Is there, I probably know what you're going to say to this, but is there anything we can do about the soundproofing to the structure of that wall to ensure it? And if so, then does that change the size of the rooms?
As I've advised before, as you expect me to advise now, obviously we don't control matters that are dealt with in other regimes. Approved document E, I want to say, resistance to sound building regulations requires that between rooms for use for residential purposes in cases of material change of use, that a reasonable level of sound resistance, and these are engineers talking, so there's an equation for what that means, i.e. is acceptable, must be imposed. So under building regulation, appropriate reasonable level of sound resistance will be provided for those internal walls.
Okay, any further comments?
I think I'd like to suggest to follow up the idea of a site visit to have a look at this in some detail, because I think the size of the rooms and if we go and knock on that wall and it is clearly made of spit and newspaper, then we will know where we are. But I think people have brought up sensible ideas and we should go and have a look at it in detail.
I think the key to it is the residual size of those bedrooms, because I don't think you could fit a desk in there, and it is a requirement that licensing will expect to be able to fit a desk in there, and you couldn't do it. Desk and reasonable amount of hanging space, you can't do it. The other rooms are fine. I don't have any objection to those. They're a bit odd sometimes, but they're fine. But these two are not rooms of the dimensions that are claimed.
So bedroom 2 is 8.725 square metres if you exclude the area, which I think I can trust the officers to have made a sensible judgment. It is the hallway, so I expect it's just the rectangular element of the room if that assists. And bedroom 3 is 7.6 square metres if you just take the rectangular element of the room. It is of course incumbent upon me to remind members that we don't do planning by numbers. The question is the room that is created and indeed the associated communal space that is shared appropriate to make a reasonable standard of living accommodation in accordance with the policy? All the numbers are just guidance. Clearly, if members feel that because those rooms are 7.5 and 8.7 square metres, they don't create a reasonable living space. And I would remind you, of course, that's well over the necessary minimum requirement for a single bedroom. The 10 square metre, which obviously is what this corridor question is moving them below, is on the logic that for bedrooms that are above 10 square metres, there is more space for occupiers to choose to, if you will, recreate in their bedrooms rather than in the communal space. So that's the common sense that underpins these policy numbers. So if you feel that those rooms, when you look at how that would be practically used in a real sense as a room, is insufficient, that it would discourage or fail to adequately encourage people to recreate within those rooms, that's such that a larger communal space would be needed, the 34 rather than 22.5 standard, then that would be the nature of the concern. But it's important to understand the numbers are just handy shorthand for actually a proper judgment of those matters. So I would encourage you to be thinking about what is that space, the shape of it, the orientation of it, and is the amenity provided by the corridors. But obviously you can hang clothes, you can put things in, but is that enough to get to an adequate space that when you combine it with their seventh of the communal space, so to speak, it creates a reasonable standard of amenity or not?
So with that additional information?
I don't think it is, and I am also, because they've got 23.24 metres squared of combined living space, and those two rooms are going to rely on it much more heavily. I'm less worried about recreation, to be honest, than studying and being able to have a desk so that you can use your computer. But the point is well made.
So I'd therefore like to change my suggestion away from being site visit to refusal on the basis that the usable space within bedrooms 2 and 3 are not up to scratch. I know we don't do planning by numbers, but actually it's helpful to have the numbers. They are significantly below the 10 metres, and that would therefore trigger the need for a larger communal space, and therefore for the lack of space within, usable space within those rooms, and the lack of combined living space. I think that's a good reason for refusal.
Thank you.
I see, unless I've missed it, I don't see, cycle storage. It is a condition, it would have been a condition, but I think we could refuse it on the grounds that also that there's no cycle.
I'm happy to second, Chair. Councillor Van and Jackson.
Thank you. Councillor Brent. Okay, any other views, thoughts? So we've got a motion to refuse. Would you like some wording? We need some wording.
Very much so. If someone has them. I would just, I mean, obviously I can assist you with putting the wording together because I think I've understood Councillor Van Jackson's point. I would strongly recommend against Councillor Smythe's point around cycle space because it is capable of resolution through a planning condition. You can't really change the size of the rooms, but you can add that, so that wouldn't really be a reason for refusal.
I'm happy with that, although we have used it sometimes. But I think the reason is that 2 of the bedrooms in practice are too small, given the well, you said it actually, given the small size of the communal area, which we would expect to be larger, given that the usable space is less than 10 metres squared.
And I think that needs to be reflected in the numbers on here, because you wouldn't actually use a corridor as any kind of living space. So I think the figures on the papers need to be reflected as well to the actual square metres.
I think we do this when we've got a pitched roof, there's a judgment that says that an area of the room that isn't high enough might be part of the room, but it's not usable space. So we're using exactly the same principle to say that a bit that is a corridor is not space that people can adequately use as a living area.
I mean, you can do things with corridors, but they show no, you can't do it if you're in a place like this. It still isn't adequate.
So
we've got the wording. Would you mind turning your microphones off, please? Ian, have you got it?
I do. I'll have some for you in a second. I'll just add, we would also be suggesting the imposition, of course, of an additional reason for refusal based around the SPA issues, because obviously that has not yet been resolved, so that would be a further reason for refusal, because of course this does require plan permission. So obviously it is open to members to delegate to me the final drafting of the wording, or you can sit in silence for a few minutes while I put it together, entirely up to you. But obviously the key issue is that layout of the accommodation provided in bedrooms 2 and 3 is insufficient to allow residents to recreate there in preference or in addition to the standard of communal living space. Consequently, overall, the provision of living space fails to make a good standard of living environment, contrary to PCS 23, or wording to that extent, plus the SPA reason for refusal.
Good, okay. Proposer and seconder are happy with that. So unless there is anything else for this application, those in favour of the motion before us to refuse planning permission?
That's a unanimous decision with 8 votes in favour to refuse planning permission.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, London Road, 137, which is 47 to 52 in my pack. Will possibly, probably be different in yours.
London Road. This is an application for a change of use of a current 5-bedroom, 5-person HMO to become a 5-bedroom, 7-person HMO. So to be clear, to utilise 2 of the bedrooms for double occupancy. You can see this is an unusual one, and it's actually the building itself is partly commercial on the ground floor with the HMO to the rear and above as currently laid out. As I say, it's currently a 5-bedroom HMO, and that won't change. It's the increased occupancy of 2 of the bedrooms, bedroom 2 and bedroom 5, which is achieving that. So as you can see there, the mix of HMOs, there's currently 2 HMOs within 83 residential properties, so 2.4%. And probably the best plan we can show you is those 2 front bedrooms that will be utilised for double occupancy. That's changed, you say, it's literally nothing's changing whatsoever about this scheme. It's just the double bedrooms that are in these 2 largest bedrooms, sorry, double beds that are in these 2 largest bedrooms will now have 2 people in it. Probably one of the best illustrations I could think of to reinforce why officers give you the advice that we do not think this is a material change of use of a site. 5 to 7 is a relatively minor issue in terms of those other externalities that I've talked about before, bins, parking, etc. And consequently, officers are satisfied that plan permission would not be required in this case, as it's not a material change of use. Notwithstanding that, if members had a specific and bespoke reason to this site to say that plan permission was required for the change of use, then I would say that the application, officers are satisfied, does comply with your policies. I would, of course, draw attention to the fact that the minimum bedroom size for double bedrooms, if one wishes to utilise the lower communal standard, 22.5, is 14 square metres, and as the eagle-eyed will have noticed, bedroom 5 is 13.5 square metres, so it is slightly smaller. It goes back to the key question. You've just refused an application because the bedrooms were convoluted with weird corridors, etc., which meant people couldn't recreate in it, and that was taking an 11-bedroom one down to a 7 or 8, an 11 square metre bedroom down to a 7 or 8 square metre bedroom. Here you've got a 13.5 square metre bedroom compared to your standard of 14 square metres. It's a matter of judgment, as you've just applied in the previous one. Officers have applied their judgment to this one and are satisfied. Actually, 13.5 gives no little demonstrable or observable difference to the enjoyment that a couple would use compared to the 14 square metre room. It is quite literally the difference between being above or below on those bases. They're both ensuite rooms. They both have space around the bed. They both have an outlook through the front of the property, and consequently overall officers are satisfied it does comply with the reasonable living standards required by PCS 13. Notwithstanding it does need plan permission.
Mr. Thorpe.
This is the type of property that never gets objected to at the committee. So if you were to put this development into any of the neighbouring streets, you'd have it called in by councillors, you'd have people passionately talking about it. But this property is actually directly opposite the hotel that you agreed to at the last planning committee, which absolutely mortified me and motivated me to come along again today to try and find out what is actually going on with planning reforms within this city. That property that you've just seen, the development's only happened over the last 2 years. You're in an area where you're saying that you're protecting shops, yet what you've actually done there is removed a 20% slice of the shop with the corridor that was never there, and then it's not built in accordance with the plans that were initially submitted 2 years ago, because the lobby entrance has moved and the staircase has moved, and you'll be surprised to hear that the shop space has become smaller in detriment for the residential lettings business. And that's because, as we know, the residential letting business is far more lucrative than the commercial shop space. You can see that all the way downtown. I don't understand why on earth you'd ever approve this, seeing as apparently it's already got permission and all you're doing is reducing the living standards of the occupants within it by allowing more intensive use. And on that note, I just have one question for Councillor Vernon Jackson specifically, which is, can he give us an update on what is going on with reforming planning policy regarding HMOs? Because if he wants specific ideas, he needs to create a forum in which they can come forwards. My initial suggestion, and the first one that I would come across with, would be to have a specific standard for Edwardian and Victorian terraced houses, which is tighter than a general standard, because I'm just seeing a complete degradation of the community. This isn't going to form a nice communal space. This isn't going to be a nice place to live. It's highly densely populated. If you look at that 50-metre circle, there's not one car parking space in that 50-metre circle. There's just the 16-bedroom HMO that you approved last week, or whether it was 14. And they all go into the side streets. In terms of the actual design, this one's actually one of the better ones because they've got a nice communal space, they've got a nice lower kitchen. So I just want to try and establish where this administration's going in terms of planning policy for HMOs. Because, quite frankly, these sort of areas of Portsmouth, it would actually be better to not carve this housing stock down and build stuff that's specifically designed for purpose than to do what's happening here, which is a hybrid compromise between retail and residential use not done to a very good standard. But it would need council coordination to do that because you'd have to produce land packets that are interested to developers rather than small-scale developers, which is what you've got here. That's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure your question's for Councillor Vernon-Jackson. I think Councillor Mason might be the person you need to speak to as Cabinet Member for Planning Policy. Okay, no other deputations. Judith.
I've got some questions about the layout. I'm pretty unhappy about this one. What sort of daylight does the kitchen communal area have? Because it seems to be that there's walls almost immediately outside of it. That's my first question. The second question is, what does it mean when it says void in bedroom, sorry, this is terribly small if you've got slightly short sight, in bedroom 5, what does the void mean? Is it just that it's a space which is unusable because the roof is low, or that it's actually been made into some sort of void that just can't be used? I think that would be a wasted space, and that is quite a small for a double bedroom, given those things. The double bedroom on bedroom 1, which is also, no, sorry, bedroom 2, 1, 2. I think that's, you know, pretty tight for two people. And again, you probably have to take off, in effect, the bit of the room that's occupied by the swinging door and some square thing that I don't know what it is. Might be a cupboard. But I think these those are all three questions that could lead me to a conclusion we should refuse this.
So the light into the communal space, so as you can see here, has double doors to the rear and then a flat roof, in fact, with roof windows along this flat roof here. You can see them.
And how high are the walls?
So as you can see, it is immediately adjacent to you can just about see it in there. So there is a single-storey building adjacent to it, so the light is unobstructed going once you're around the front of the terrace, of course. And just to remind you of the orientation, so it's in there. So you know that's obviously the rear garden would only get light in the latter part of the day in any case. And then I'm not sure we've got something looking backwards. We have something, as you can see there. It is relatively constrained because of the but half the garden is the cycle store, which has been provided already in this case. And as you can see, it's somewhat cramped in the back there, so there is limited natural light coming into that property in terms of those rear front door, those rear double doors. However, I would of course stress this is a lawful 5-bedroom, 5-person HMO, so 5 people are currently using that space as a reasonable issue. Adding 2 more people doesn't affect the quality of daylight into the communal space, which is unaltered by this scheme. In terms of the voids, that is simply an area of the existing building. You can see from the existing plan, this is not a habitable space. That is a constructed wall. It's an old building, and they're working within their parameters. So they are internal voids that are not forming part of the floor space of bedroom number 5. Clearly, if they were to knock those out, yeah, they are. They're the internal wall, and is the gap between the internal and external walls, if you will. You also commented in respect of bedroom 4, which you were, that's existing, sorry, which you were saying is space used up by doors. Is this the bedroom you're referring to? Or? Well, so yes, there are a door into the bedroom and a door into the ensuite, as you would expect to see.
Judith, if you could use your microphone so people might...
I'm not sure it was, but it was 4 I was looking at. Yeah, I think it might have been the middle one. I'm sorry,
bedroom
Ian.
2, sorry, apologies. Yes, so yes, we have a door. That space there. There is a markation on the floor plan here, certainly, because they've made some alterations there. I imagine that's a relic because there is no obstruction, so that could be the mark of a previous wall that's coming out as part of this reorientation of the internal space.
Those double rooms, they are double rooms, aren't they? Yeah, I'm worried about those. But I'm also, where are they going to put the bicycles?
In the rear garden, where there is a vertical hanging cycle storage.
That's vertical hanging cycle storage. So if the 3 or 4 of the residents want to go out on a sunny day, they're not really going to have anywhere to sit out, are they? But I agree that that does apply to 5 people as much as to potentially as...
It is a small yard, as unfortunately is not uncommon in Portsmouth. So yes, this is not one of those HMOs that benefits from a large garden, but as you don't have any standards for outdoor amenity space, I would certainly advise, as you can see here, they have, I won't say optimistically, illustrated an outside table, but you could get one in there. Obviously, I expect you may need to keep your refuse bins in there as well. So no, it's not well endowed with outside space, but I don't think that makes a material difference, and certainly has no policy basis to withhold plan permission to allow 2 of these bedrooms to be used for 2 people.
Questions? Well, I know we don't do planning by numbers, Ian, but my report tells me that the required standard is 14 square metres, and so I struggle with anything underneath the required standard. Others that word wouldn't be used, I don't think. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Well, Chair, I agree with you. It seems the planning policy and the planning officers leave us with absolutely no room for manoeuvre here, and that we have to say no to this. Anything else would be just ripping up our planning policy and throwing it away. If we're saying, okay, half a metre is okay, you can have the extra person, then why not 1 metre? And everyone with 13 square metres can have 2 as well. I think to have any regard for our planning policy and the planning team, there is no option here apart from refusal. And I think we should have regard for our planning policy and our planning team, and therefore refuse this unanimously.
Chairman, I will need to comment, as I didn't wish to be misquoted. Your planning team is advising this is compliant with your planning policy, so you have plenty of choice about whether you choose to grant it. To quote otherwise is just to mislead the committee. It is your judgment to make whether 13.5 square metres makes, as you've just done with the last one, when it was fully compliant with policy, you decided to come to a judgment by applying your own judgment. Officers have done exactly the same thing in this case. You're invited to do the same, to apply your judgment to the acceptability of the overall living environment.
Our policy is only guidance as well, but I mean, I think I would like to propose that we refuse it on the grounds that there isn't enough room for 7 people, bearing in mind the small size of bedroom 5 and the and possibly bedroom. Really, it's very difficult to read this. Bedroom 3.
If I may,
and the relatively small. And I mean, it isn't as if we have a very large combined living space or a very pleasant place to sit, given the lack of light. But I mean,
just to assist you, so it's bedroom 5 that falls below the additional space. It's big enough for a double. It's
That's
exactly
right.
the same as the last one.
Yep.
In that, because you reduced the measurable size of the bedroom, so the resultant bedroom was insufficient quality to enable it. So it's exactly the same wording as the last one, but applicable only to bedroom 5, because obviously all the others.
But it is
meet
also
that.
half a metre squared.
Yeah, because of that half
But
a
I
metre.
understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judith.
I'd like
Microphone
to
off,
propose
please. Thank you.
So
Judith,
I think if we're going,
Judith, if you could just pop your microphone.
I think we're going to have a hope of trying to defend this. We need to stick to policy. And bedroom 5 is too small, and that's a reason for refusal. Bedroom 3 is 13 metres when the policy is 10, and refusing it for that means that we're on a hiding to nothing. And I would be quite clear in restricting that it is inappropriate to move from a 5 to a 7 because bedroom 5 is too small and falls below the space standard, and leave it at that.
Are you still happy to...
I do need to interrupt. Apologies, and I recognise it's a long agenda. You have not decided, contrary to officer recommendation, whether this needs planning permission.
And I'm happy to propose that it needs planning permission as we have throughout this agenda.
Obviously, again, wording will be required.
And as before, no, actually not as before, because it is not a terraced street, so we'll need to make sure we delete the word terraced street.
Councillor Brent has a question.
It's just more of like a comment or something to discuss with the planning committee. So there's one bedroom that does meet the standards of 14, so could it go from 5 to 6 with the stipulation that bedroom 2 does meet regulation, as a question?
Certainly was a thought I was having, and that's clearly open to the applicant. Your job, unfortunately, is to assess the application as submitted. They haven't applied for 6, unfortunately, so I think the appropriate thing would be to refuse the application. If that was the case, we haven't obviously taken any motions on either of the matters yet, and then unfortunately they'd have to resubmit. Yeah.
Well, let's get these questions out of the way. Councillor Smith.
It was just on bedroom 5 as well. There must be a bit of a rake on that ceiling as well. I see the voids either side, but you can walk into the sort of eave and that bit. But there must be some rake going back. So I wonder, in previous plans, it's shown the dotted line, which is usable space, and where it doesn't become usable space. Is that taken into account in the calculation?
Yes, it is. I think that's probably why you've got the large voids, different layout, rather than because obviously there's that projecting bay and that rake, so all of that space where the desk, etc., is above the 1.5 minimum because they've built voids in rather than had open space that's underneath that threshold.
Okay, well, do you want us, we need to go through the, does this planning application require planning permission?
I'm happy to propose it, that it does need planning permission. The proposal is considered development as it is moving above the 6 people of an HMO. The extension and the extension of numbers of residents to additional people has the potential to affect the increase in intensity of use of the building, the corresponding increase in the impact on other local residents of parking, noise, waste, sewerage, and amenity impact, and also the impact on the Solent SPA.
If
you could do the microphone, just so everybody can hear.
If I may provide some guidance on both, as I say, whether it makes a good on its merititious basis is not a matter of whether it needs planning permission. So its compliance with policy and whether it makes a considerable is not relevant to whether or not it needs planning permission. So it wouldn't form part of a reason why it needs planning permission. It would form a part of a reason why planning permission would then be applied. Having made that decision, you then apply the planning judgment and make that judgment, but you can't do it in advance. And just as general advice, obviously in the amended wording as just provided by Councillor Vernon Jackson, you've removed all specificity compared to it. So I would be strongly, in accordance with the Lane judgment, strongly advising against it, as it will inevitably be judged as an unreasonable reason for that conclusion.
Specific words that were more site-specific in this particular location. Of course, we are keen on shops, you know, on rooms above shops. That's an important part of the housing in the city. Is there anything we could say about making the commercial space much smaller?
The commercial space is unaffected.
It's already.
It's already a fight. So they're literally just having an extra 2 people in beds.
So if it would help, should we add in reference to this being on a high street commercial location, and it's therefore over-intensive use in that specific location? Would that help, Ian?
I think we know the answer.
So obviously in a high street location, I would be recommending to members that parking, noise, waste, and indeed sewerage may in fact be habitually more normal, and thus an area wherein one would allow greater flexibility, so it naturally further undermines the justification you put forward.
Okay, then happy to go back as recommended to the original wording.
Okay, thank you. And Judith, are you still happy to second that? Okay. Councillor Candish.
I was just about to second the first part of getting it as requiring a planning development so that we could get onto the specific. On the specific, the other thing that I would add, in line with some of the other comments, is that the rooms themselves are not regularly shaped, and that specifically is a ground for rejecting this one, whereas the actual square meterage might or might not be complying. It is less friendly to use.
Okay. Well, we'll take the motion first. So those in favour of this requiring planning permission?
It's unanimous. It requires planning permission.
Okay. And we just had some comments about. Well, we've got your refusal, haven't we?
So can I propose refusal on the basis that bedroom 5 is below space standard and therefore would not provide a sufficient area for people to live in a constructive way, and I think people have been. I think there's also a significant question over, as it is in a roof space, how much of the room would be usable, and whether it's even 13.5 square metres of usable space.
Members, I would. Yeah, I would ask you may well wish to delegate to us to put the wording together, but say
okay.
It's the same as before. I certainly wouldn't be looking to include that.
Okay.
You can't judge it in that you don't know.
Yeah.
I'm advising you do know it is 13.5 square metres, and there's no reason to presume otherwise.
Okay.
But it is 13.5, which is less than 14. That thus limits the amount of space available to the occupants of that double room, and thus limiting their emissions and impacts on the use of communal space for PCS 23, but I'll tidy up that wording somewhat if you're happy that I can do so.
Gerald, if you could turn your microphone off. We're having a leave the microphones on kind of day. Judith, are you content to second that as you were previously?
I'm content with that, yeah. There are a few other comments we could make, like very small window, and it doesn't matter, but just keep it simple, I think, and I would second that.
Excellent. Okay. Unless there are any other proposals, those in favour of the motion in front of us to refuse Kieran's.
Do you want to hear the reasoning from Ian as a read back?
Well,
no,
we're
you don't.
happy to delegate.
We trust Ian.
Yeah, so I think I need to work on some wording on that.
Those in favour of refusal of this application?
It's a unanimous refusal of the application.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Powers Court Road.
Thank you. 127 Powers Court Road. This is your only certificate of lawfulness on your agenda today, so obviously different to a planning application. In effect, the only thing you're looking to answer is that first question: does this need planning permission or not? It matters not what the merits are. So 127 Powers Court Road, there it is. It is currently a 6-bedroom HMO. Has been for some time. They contend and officers agree that the addition of a 7th occupant does not result in a material change of use and consequently plan permission is not required for it. That is the judgment in front of you. It's as straightforward as that. In truth, the floor plans, etc., therefore have limited relevance to a lot of the judgments, but it is identifying what specific attributes of an additional person in 127 Powers Court Road, in light of the nature of this HMO, would mean that there is a material change in that use by adding a 7th person, which is what they are contending does not require planning permission.
Okay. Oh, well, Mr. Thorpe, did you want to come in? No? Okay. Gerald.
So, Ian, could you just walk us through paragraph 2.4, which, as I understand it, says that we refused a planning application to go from a to a 7-bed HMO. And at the top of page 53, it says the refusal was appealed and dismissed in September of I presume 2021, on the inadequacy of the communal space. What's changed since then?
Absolutely nothing. As that paragraph goes on to say, the inspector made no consideration in respect of the impact statement and no statement to indicate whether he had given any consideration as to the need for plan permission. What we see frequently from inspectors on appeal is their statement that I have an application in front of me, I will close my eyes to the need of whether or not plan permission is needed and go on to judge the merits, and the merits in this case were unacceptable in his view. However, and they often say, if they make an application certificate of lawfulness, that would be a different story. Well, that's exactly what they've done. They've come back and said, okay, you dodged the question last time, Inspector, Council, can you answer the question this time? They would have to acknowledge it doesn't meet the standards, but that, as I said earlier, whether or not it creates a good living environment, whether or not it complies with your policy is irrelevant to the question of whether or not it needs planning permission, and any attempt to have a different conclusion would inevitably fail. So that's the question, because the council back in 2020 avoided the question. The inspector avoided the question, so they brought it to say, no, we want this question answered. Do I need planning permission for this at all? Officer's recommendation is they do not.
So this has been to appeal. The inspector has said this is dismissed the appeal because it didn't hit our space standards, and they're trying a different ruse to be able to get what they want. So certificate for lawful use says that they've been doing this for it's had this use of 7 people for a long time, and therefore we can't. It's just that's how life is. So. How long has it been occupied?
No, that's not their argument at all.
Okay.
They're a certificate of existing lawful use is saying that what I'm doing doesn't need planning permission. In this case, they're saying this is not a material change of use. I do not need plan permission to do the thing I am doing. That's very different to an application for certificate of lawfulness that says, I know I needed plan permission for the thing that I did, but I did it sufficiently long ago that I know that it's now immune to enforcement action, which we've seen in other cases. That is not the case here. They are not saying that it's become immune to enforcement action. They are saying it would never have been applicable to have enforcement action. Plan permission is not needed for this use because it's not a material change of use.
And by definition, the licence for this would need to be withdrawn because it has space standard below what is required. Therefore, they couldn't use this as an HMO.
Whether or not it's licensable, I don't know, and it obviously falls out with the relevance of this committee.
Okay. In which case, thank you, Ian. That's very helpful. To be consistent, it is clear that we need to say that it needs planning permission, and it's fallen below the space standard, and therefore would have been refused, and they can't do this. So I'm happy to propose that it needs planning permission, as we have consistently throughout this meeting.
Yeah, we'll just have to be absolutely, obviously you'll need some wording, but please ensure that wording doesn't replicate what you've just said, that because it falls below the space standard, as said, its compliance with space standards has no relevance to whether or not it needs planning permission. It's an entirely separate judgment.
Okay, so I think I would then say, taking into account the inspector's refusal of planning permission of this in November 2020.
I don't think that's going to work, Gerald.
Councillor, can you explain why the change of use is material?
Because it's increasing the number of people and it's in direct contravention of the decision of the planning inspector. Now, I'd love to ignore the planning inspector all the time on the basis they are normally wrong, but that's not allowed.
It's a gateway point before you get to considering the inspector as a material consideration. Why is this material? That's the sole question in law. Why is there a material change of use requiring planning permission?
Because they are increasing and they've gone above the number of 6, which is the limit on a C4.
Okay.
And it's clear, it's absolutely clear that it is, because that's what the law says.
Officers advise that that is not what the law says. That is the impasse we're going to reach at this point, I think.
Yeah, and my understanding of an HMO of up to 6 people means an HMO of up to 6 people. I know lawyers might think that the words an HMO up to 6 people means 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but I'm a simple soul, and I believe that the words for up to 6 people means up to 6 people.
Okay.
But I'm not a very well paid lawyer.
Okay. All right.
I would also highlight the risk of a cost application in response to that, but that is all.
We got some wording. Okay. Anybody prepared to second that?
Sorry, what is the wording?
The proposal is considered development as the current C4 approval is for 6 persons in an HMO, and the extension to additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the building and the corresponding increase in the impact of other local residents, parking, noise, waste, sewerage and amenity impact, as well as the impact on the Solent SPA. Unless colleagues from the Officer Corps are able to help and improve that.
Anybody want to second?
I'll second.
Councillor Brent? Okay, so those in favour of the proposal that this application requires planning permission?
Just for clarity, so as that's been counted, obviously it's to refuse the certificate of lawfulness rather than same judgment, absolutely, but just for clarity. Yeah.
Thank you, Ian.
That was 8 votes in favour unanimously of requiring planning permission.
Okay, yep, thank you. Judith?
Just to ask a question about, this is now quite unusual to have an application for a certificate of lawfulness or planning permission that doesn't have en suites. And that means that this is they are significantly small, and putting a 7th bedroom in and therefore affecting the combined living space is particularly punishing, as people will have to put their toiletries and things not in their own ensuite, but back in their bedrooms. So I think there are grounds to say this is a very small development indeed, and 6 people is enough. Would that be a logical way of looking at it? That's the question.
I would suggest not. It's a moot point, however. The certificate would say the merit of it, how people would live there with 6 is not before this committee. I'm not suggesting that this is compliant with policy. I haven't even looked to see whether it's compliant with policy. It's not the decision that this committee is being required to make. Yeah.
Anything else? Any comments on this matter? We just voted, didn't we? We just voted.
So we now move on to the next application.
Reached a sort of energy level, sort of plateau.
To assist members, I think you're now on 232 Queen's Road. which is in my pack, page 83. If you're happy for me to present. This is an application for again, a change of use from a existing C3. Again, it has plan permission to be a dual use of C3, C4. The information we have is that it's currently, or last lot for use was as a dwelling house, so it requires plan permission on that basis. So we don't need to go through that discussion. The area has a small number of HMOs compared to the mandatory standard as detailed in paragraph 5.4, which gives us an overall percentage of 6.8% for HMO mix. The room sizes you can see here, and the additional bedroom in this case, compared to the existing C3 or C4 plan permission, the existing C3 use is achieved by enlarging what it was or is a lounge with a PD rear extension on this side rear extension to make a new larger bedroom 7 to thus meet all relevant space standards. With apologies, members, which isn't in the SMAT, we would need to add an additional condition, one of our standard conditions, to ensure that that work is fully completed prior to the first occupation for 7-bed HMO in the standard way. So there will be an additional condition proposed there. I would also highlight within the SMAT there is a typo. The unconditional permission recommendation snuck in here. It is, of course, a conditional permission recommendation, so that's on page 88. And the agent helpfully pointed out to me another typo, which is not covered in the SMAT, in the size table, where ensuite bedroom 7, which is a very generous 4.2, is compared to a space standard of 6.51, which obviously is not the case. The minimum space standard for an ensuite shower room is 2.74, so apologies, that's the top of page 87. The penultimate line, ensuite bedroom 7, does fully comply, and generously so, to the space standards for an ensuite bathroom. I think that probably covers all the key matters. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Thorpe.
I've just looked at this application, and the 50 square metre radius is yet again sitting here having me scratching my head wondering why on earth you're using it, particularly as you're all councillors in this room and know how postcodes work, having delivered a couple of thousand leaflets around this city at the last election. If you look at the houses within this street, the two houses opposite this house and the one next door are HMO. This, yet again, is a maximum over-intensive use of the site. I do question whether the extension's within the limits of permitted development, given the fact that it's probably already got a post-war rear extension on the back of the building, and the loft conversion is right at the maximums and probably over the maximums because it's not allowed to come within 200 millimetres of the eaves, and there's some other rules that are always bent in favour of the developer. But really, my question for you, and this is my last deputation because I'm going to go to a school fete instead, is that these decisions aren't being consistently made amongst us around this city on the way that this HMO standard's being implemented. I went along to the election count, and I had a chat with Councillor Darren Sanders, who promised me that he wouldn't be on this committee anymore, following the responses from the Planning Inspectorate and the way that it interprets it. And he actually had a lot of integrity in what he told me on that evening. But the simple fact is that you've got delegated decisions here being made by officers against a standard of which 80% of it isn't enforced or used because it's been undermined by the Planning Inspectorate. So I do not understand how this committee can do any delegated decisions on HMOs, and then when they come into this room, they're also not considered in a consistent manner. We've had some very poor decisions earlier on in this committee where we've had vulnerable council tenants put at risk with Down syndrome, medical issues. We've had reversals of previous decisions. It's just, I don't see how this committee would ever stand up to any form of public scrutiny. And the problem that you've got is that you've got two sides. You've got the applicants who have a free method of appealing decisions. And then you have basically people that object to these developments like me. And when I ask what my routes are, they're very simple. They're a judicial review. So it's going to cost me £5,000 to take it to court. I'm liable for costs. I've got huge problems. So the only grounds that I have for proper policy is for the council to maintain a proper planning policy document. And you know, everyone knows in this room that they don't have a proper planning document to assess these in. So can we please make forward progress with the SPD on HMOs and not bog it down in the city plan and actually hear some positive actions? Because I handed in a 500 resident complaint to Councillor Shoemason 4 years ago on this offer and he didn't do it. What keeps happening with the Planning Policies Committee is that there's very little signs from a public point of view of any progress being made. And what happens is the chairman changes every 12 months without any further development. So you really need to look amongst yourselves and try and improve the policy. And if someone were to come and question from my side as an applicant a judicial review, they may actually have a case. But the trouble is the judicial review from my side would be determined against you for not implementing the SPD, and from the appellant's side it would be with the planning inspectorate. So you've actually got two appeal processes that aren't even linked on who makes the decision, and this needs to change. I mean, this is just stupid what's being proposed here. If this was a 5-bedroom HMO with the front room being used, or 4-bedroom with the front room being used, then no one would complain. But you're absolutely destroying this house to achieve what you've done here. And I can't see, for example, are you lifting the bicycle over the dining room table on the way out the back? I mean, and the other thing that we keep hearing, as a final thing, is that we keep hearing about licensing. Why do we never hear anything about licensing? I suggested this 3 years ago, that we got rid of all planning policies on HMOs and just enforced it through licensing, because so much of the planning policy isn't implemented or driven. And that's really my last plea. I'm going to leave you guys to it. But that's my thoughts. For the people of this row, please look at the actual plot, look at the HMO next door, look at the two directly opposite, look at the one, and just think how stupid it is that the only reason that this development's being allowed is by houses the other side of a divide. There's like 8 or 10 houses being picked up in all the neighbouring streets that have absolutely no impact on this house. It's probably a 5-minute drive. These are the massive roads that run across the entire city. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Enjoy your school fate. In terms of the committee standing up to public scrutiny, it's a public meeting. Anybody can come along and give a deputation. Okay. Members? Questions? Councillor Van Jackson. Are you doing a deputation? Are you still? Sorry, apologies. Need an injection of energy, definitely. Sorry, Mr. Hill first.
Thank you very much. Firstly, and most importantly, I wanted to say that I'll be speaking as quickly as I can because I've got an awful lot to cover, so hopefully you can understand everything I say. I want to thank everyone in the room today. To the planning officers, I appreciate the difficult and often thankless task you have, and I recognise that in an often understaffed and arguably underfunded manner, you always, in my experience, do your best to get these applications decided fairly and efficiently in according with planning policy. I'd like to thank the committee members because ultimately you make important decisions on a very difficult task, which I'm aware is often criticised whatever you decide. To my competitors and also the objectors, thank you, because ultimately you are the ones pushing me to improve the properties in which I'm involved, which in turn provides a higher standard of accommodation for our tenants, as well as often highlighting things I haven't previously considered or forcing me to review and improve previous decisions. In addition to this, you also actually force each other, that is everyone else who does HMOs, to compete because of the way that economics works to significantly improve the standards of HMOs in this city. I'd also like to thank the staff that facilitate these meetings taking place. I wish we had more meetings, there were more staff and there was more money so that decisions could be made quicker, but I fully understand that's outside of the remit of those people here today. Secondly, in order to avoid repeating many of the points made by Maisie from Applecore on previous applications, I'd ask you to remember her points regarding non-determination and the cost to local taxpayers of making decisions which go against the recommendation of local planning officers. Thirdly, you'll note that the planning officer's recommendation is for approval of this application. They've recommended conditional approval. Just wanted to pick up a couple of points from Mr. Thorpe's deputation, including that about post-war extensions. Now, under permitted development, you can actually extend by 3 metres from anything that was pre-1948, which we'll all notice was post-war. So many of these do have post-war extensions, but within your planning policy, it does allow us as a developer to legally extend the property 3 metres from the back of those post-war extensions. This particular property has a 4-metre extension which is decided under a process called prior approval. Ultimately, what that means is the decisions made by the planning officer. If there's a certain number of objections from neighbouring properties, then we wouldn't get that planning, but in this case we have been given that planning permission. I wanted to quickly remind you of the error which suggests that we need a 6.51 square metre ensuite. We don't, it's 2.74. I can also confirm that this property currently has planning for a 6-bedroom HMO, which was granted on the 9th of December. Therefore, although this property is officially up for C3 to sui generis, in my opinion, this is simply a nuance of the planning policy in terms of the fact that the current planning permission is not considered to be adopted, even though the majority of the works are complete. I make this point to confirm that the full intention is to always, regardless of the decision today, to use this property as either a 6 or 7-bed HMO. Indeed, the vast majority of the works are, as I say, all of complete. All of the rooms for this application are compliant. The property is passed the original planning required. We do not currently have an HMO licence for this property, as one's not currently required given it's not occupied. I'd note that we've never had an application for licence refused, and all properties are fully compliant with the licensing conditions set out by the relevant documentation. I wanted to quickly point out this application was submitted on the 20th of January. Given we're now on the 12th of July, that means this has taken nearly 6 months to come to a decision about gaining 1 extra bedroom. I point this out as I'm sure we're all aware of the significant deficit and resulting desperate housing situation in this city, and the unfortunately slow time taken to make decisions on planning applications such as this only compound the issue. Building regulations approval has been granted for this. The reference number is PF 221572. I personally have been involved in HMOs in this city since 2008, and I enjoy a fantastic reputation for the fantastic quality of the accommodation we provide. We currently have 100% occupancy of all of our properties. Local economics have dictated that for the last 24 months, rents have increased month on month. To be clear, these rents are still well within affordable levels, as demonstrated by our 0% arrears and also by the 100% occupancy. It simply means that there is a very low number of available rooms in this city, and there is a significant demand for quality accommodation. One of my frustrations with the objections to HMOs that come to planning here is that these properties, by definition, are the ones that are having hundreds of thousands of pounds being spent on significantly improving the standards of them, as well as ensuring that they comply with planning policy, licensing conditions, building regulations, and yet they're the ones that come under the most scrutiny in comparison with the ones that have been run for the last 10, 20, 30 years, non-ensuite, with very poor standards of both aesthetics and amenity space. I note the extract from the planning officer's report, which states that the council is directed to only withhold permission where the adverse effects significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. We also keep hearing the word greed. Greed keeps being brought up as a relevant term. I just wanted to float the idea that actually in an age when we're being informed both by the media and also by relevant authoritative bodies, such as the Office of National Statistics, that significant swathes of landlords are selling up because of the lack of commercial viability of standard buy-to-lets these days, i.e. increase in legislation on landlords and significant increases in interest rates. What does that mean for your average tenant in Portsmouth? It means that those people that have been in the property for the last 1 to 5 years are having their rent increase significantly, or very sadly their landlord is selling because it's commercially unviable to maintain that property. That puts even more pressure on other landlords, and it means that there are queues of people trying to rent properties. I've heard of viewings where there's 30 plus people looking at one mid-terrace house because there's so few available. In my opinion, HMOs is a significant answer to this, because ultimately for every one of these 7-bedroom HMOs, that's potentially 6 properties which are back in the open market in regard to 1-bedroom flats. Just quickly, the objections fall into the following category. 10% rule. Firstly, factually, the 50 metre radius is currently made up of 5 HMOs out of 74, which gives a percentage of 6.76. So in essence, 67.6% of the recommended housing mix. What this actually means is we currently have an unbalanced community because there are not the prescribed number of HMOs in a local area. Now, it's interesting to hear the comments of people like Mr. Thorpe who object to HMOs, because ultimately they tell you very plainly that you are definitely going to have stabbings, antisocial behaviour, etc., etc. At no point have I seen any of that in any of our HMOs. In fact, we've never had a noise complaint, we've never had an antisocial behaviour. We do our utmost to ensure these properties are very, very well managed. I advise other letting agents on HMO management, and all of our staff are fully qualified with NFOPP qualifications. So I take that personally. We also have the issue of parking. The report expressly confirms that this is not considered to be a demonstrable impact on the parking need. It is noted that council's adopted parking standards has the same expectation as a C3, and therefore it is not a reason to refuse. As I said, noise, we've never had any noise complaints. In fact, just to outline that, we insulate every single wall within the property. So these ground floor bedrooms that keep getting mentioned, they are significantly more insulated than they would be in a family house with children. In any other house at all, these walls have significantly higher standards because of building regs that we have to uphold. We also rent these properties to young professionals, rather than the picture that's painted of these properties being rented to noisy drug users who cause antisocial behaviour and stab people. Waste, we as a contractor hold a waste carrier's licence, and any waste once occupation has occurred will be removed quickly using our waste carrier's licence. We also pay for additional bins from the council to ensure that we have the privilege of adequate waste removal. In terms of sewerage, we also upgrade all of the plumbing and waste within the property and its boundary, much of which is Victorian. So every single pipe that goes to the main sewer is upgraded in every single one of our properties. Keep mentioning the word overdevelopment and over-subscription of the properties. I've just had a quick look. The closest property available to let to 232 Queen's Road is in Tennyson Road. That property is 95 square metres. Now, if you look at 232 Queen's Road, it's over 150 square metres. So in terms of square meterage per head, there's significantly more square meterage per head in 232 Queen's Road. Using permitted development, which any homeowner could do to their own property without any need for planning permission whatsoever. So I don't see it as overdevelopment or oversubscription in terms of the square meterage allowed per person. The standards are significantly higher in this city compared to any other city locally. What would happen if we stopped allowing HMOs in this city which are compliant and do meet your relevant planning policy? Ultimately what happens is because it becomes commercially unviable or too risky for our landlords, they would just go to another city like Southampton, which has significantly lower standards. What that means is that the over 2,000 people that are currently on the council's council's housing list would have even more competition because there'd be significantly more people added to that waiting list. Like I say, please bear in mind that, for example, your average one-bed flat in this city at the moment is between £900 and £1,000 a month to rent plus bills. That probably means it costs between £1,600 and £1,800 a month to actually live in a one-bed flat. Whereas we are providing significantly better quality, higher standard, not dissimilar sized properties when you take into account the communal area and the bedroom and the ensuite for around £700 to £800 a month. And that isn't a rent dictated by us, that's a rent dictated by macroeconomics.
I think your 6 minutes is up.
I'll be 2 seconds. to summarise, there's a huge demand for accommodation locally. People will vote with their feet on properties like this, and we have 100% occupancy. We did hear earlier that HMOs are a manifestation of failed housing policy. Clearly, this is an emotive and complex issue, and I'm sure it raises many opinions. I believe it's the job of local council and developers to respond not only to the long-term requirements of the city, but also to the immediate needs of the people in that city within the confines of the current planning policy. Ultimately, therefore, given the evidence I've provided and that provided by the planning officer, I would urge you to grant planning permission for this property, and I hope that I've covered every point. Thanks.
This is not your first deputation. You know, it's 6 minutes. That went on a bit. Also, earlier in your deputation, you said you keep hearing the word greed. You do not hear the word greed from committee members. That wasn't clear. Okay, right. Members. Councillor Vernon Jackson, I think you wanted to come in.
Well, it was a question. The plans are very, very small on here, so I can't tell which room is which. But on the second floor, on the room at the front of the house, the dotted line normally means usable space because there's a slope of a roof. If that is correct, that would say that 2/3 of the bed is not in usable space. So you couldn't sit up in bed without hitting your head on the ceiling. And it has a bit of a corridor apart from that. I cannot understand, and because I can't see what number room that is, either this is a super grand king-size quadruple bed, or there's not nearly enough room in that room as usable space. Ian, please help.
I'll get the case officer just to give us a quick feedback on that, so give me a second for that one.
Members, questions? Comments while we're waiting?
It kind of depends on the answer to that question. And do you know which room that is? Or is your eyesight at the same quality of mine and I can't read it?
Absolutely, but the case officer's told me it's bedroom 4. Yeah.
So bedroom 4 is, in theory, 10.4 square metres.
To assist the dotted line that you can see, but quite understandably can't read when I open up and zoom in, that is not a low point threshold, that's the ridge. So the whole room is accessible on that point. So those 3 rectangles with crosses in their Velux windows in the roof slope, rising up to the highest point of the room, which is that dotted line. Usually the dotted line, you're quite right, is a low point in the room. That's the highest point of the room.
So as this is a room in the eaves, and it's got Velux windows, at what point in that room do we fall to the 3 foot whatever, or 4 foot, that is deemed acceptable height?
As you can see, there is, as you may not be able to see, there is a roof slope beyond the wall of the house, so the entire room is above that area, and they have measured only that area. There's 1.5 metres and above your standard, so it is a 10.415 square metre habitable space.
Okay.
Did you want to come back?
I shall cogitate.
Members, any other thoughts whilst Councillor Jackson is cogitating? No comments?
So the first bit I think we have to is the planning. Does this need planning? Or have we done that?
needs to do that.
It's a C3 application to a 7-bed HMO, so it's uncontroversial that it requires planning permission in this case.
Hurrah.
Judith, sorry, could you put your microphone on?
If you could tell me whether there's a door to the outside of the communal kitchen dining room. Is that a French door?
Yes, when I zoom in, the nature of the CAD drawing does suggest that is a normal bifold rather than French door style. But yes, the full rear wall of the building opens up.
But there is access there, and would that be to cycle storage at the back?
Indeed so, though that cycle storage would of course be secured through planning condition 3.
And that would also serve as a fire exit as well, should there be problems elsewhere. Presumably, yeah.
Yes, all doors would, yeah.
Could you tell me what the sort of vague ghost-like drawings are in bedroom? Well, it's the middle bedroom on the ground floor.
Ground floor, middle bedroom, certainly. Bedroom 2.
Yeah. What are those ghostly shapes there?
Yeah, as we've covered briefly, I forget which paragraph, the existing property has a smallish lounge where bedroom 2 is. A permitted development rear extension is going in, and the square staircase is being reorientated to a more rectangular staircase. Those ghostly lines are the mark of the current previous external walls and square staircase.
So does that make the staircase very, very steep?
It wouldn't change that. It's just changing from a short fat to long thin, so it's still, without measuring all the rises, I can see no reason why that wouldn't meet the necessary access requirements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any further cogitating happening? Okay. I'm going to move the officer's recommendation.
In which case I'm happy to second, because I don't see a way of turning this down. Just to address Mr. Thorpe's concerns, like him, I am concerned that the planning process is almost entirely favoured to the developer, and that it always has been, and that's a problem. But there has been a long-standing Lib Dem policy to bring in a right of appeal by the community, so that the community, if a planning permission is granted, they would have the equal right, as a developer has now, to appeal if something is turned down, and the community would have the right to appeal if a planning permission is granted. I think that would significantly strengthen the planning position, but unfortunately governments of all colours have failed to respond to that.
Okay, so any other thoughts? So we've got the motion in front of us.
As mentioned earlier, an additional condition is recommended to complete the PD works on top of that which is in the agenda.
So conditional permission. Anything else? Anybody else want to say anything else? All right, those in favour of the motion in front of us.
That's unanimous. Grant of planning permission in accordance with the officer's report, plus the additional condition in the SMAT update.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Brent needs to go. Mr. Williams, I know you've been very patient. We're going to get through all the business today. So we'll get you in the next half an hour or so, I suspect. Okay. Onward, Hudson Road.
28 Hudson Road. This is a change of use from a 6-bed to 7-bed HMO. This is, I think, might currently be under appeal. No, it's not. So yes, 6-bed to 7-bed HMO. The application has previously been, or the site, I must say, has previously been considered at appeal, and you'll see on page 92 the layout of a scheme that was found to be unacceptable for 7 beds due to internal living space. That's because the number of the bedrooms were below 10 metres. Different internal orientation is now proposed, so that all the bedrooms are now above 10 square metres, and consequently the 22.5 metre requirement is engaged for the combined living space. This has just about 27 square metres. I would note the ground floor WC is 0.78 metres against the standard of 1.17. Otherwise, the application is fully compliant with all space standards. This is an area with a substantial number of existing HMOs, of course, 68.3% HMO. Though the one additional person and an existing HMO is not considered to have any material impact on the overall mix and balance of the community. In fact, the one additional person is not considered to have an overall impact on the material requirement for planning permission, and thus a non-conditional permission is recommended as planning permission is not considered to be needed. If members have a different opinion, they'll have to take that vote and then obviously go on to look at the merit of the scheme, which, as I say, complies with all of your space standards.
Thank you. Ian? Okay, deputation.
So this application is for a change of use from a Class C4 house in multiple occupation to a 7-person house in multiple occupation. As Ian said, the application was reviewed by this committee in 2019 and this decision was upheld at appeal. The inspection noted that the smaller bedrooms would be impacted by the reduced communal area. The applicant is proposing to increase the bedroom sizes of the smaller bedrooms to meet or exceed the 10 metres squared in order to address the concerns by the inspector. Increasing the size of the bedrooms now result in a required communal area of 22.5 square metres. The property provides almost 27 square metres, which is significantly in excess of requirement. The property meets the required sanitary provision for 6 to 10 persons of 2 bathrooms with a separate WC. Whilst it has been identified that the WC is slightly smaller than requirement, the property has been visited by a planning officer who has deemed the toilet to be of a satisfactory usable size. The property has also been assessed by private sector housing and granted a HMO licence. The proposed application will now fully comply with policy PCS 17, PCS 20, PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Houses and Multiple Occupations Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation and save the time and cost involved in taking this now fully compliant application to appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we believe this?
Can I propose the usual?
Well, we need some words specific to this application.
Can I propose the usual words instead of reading them all out again? I'm happy to read them if you want to, Chris.
Yes, we need to.
The proposal considered development as this is not a current C4, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, the current C4 approval is for 6 persons in HMO, and the extension to additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the building and the corresponding increase in the impact of other local residents of parking, noise, waste, sewerage and amenity impact, as well as the impact on the Solent SPA.
Again, obviously I can provide you the same advice that obviously the use of language in rote will certainly not satisfy the planning inspectorate's guidance.
Could we add about in an area that is already saturated in terms of kind of the mixed and balanced community?
That point goes to policy rather than merit.
So we can't add that in terms of distance. Okay, all right. We have a set of words. Does anybody else believe that this requires planning permission before we continue? I do. I'll second the proposal. Oh, sorry, Peter. Go on.
I was willing to second it on the basis we've made that decision on all the other ones.
Okay, thank you. Right. Well, Peter, you can second it. Second it by...
Second it.
Councillor Candish. Those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Okay.
That's 6 votes in favour and 1 abstention. The motion passes and planning permission is required.
Okay. Questions, members? Comments?
Can I ask what were the changes in the rooms that made the smaller bedrooms okay in size?
I'll show you, if you look at the plans on page 94 in my pack underneath the table, you can see when you compare it to the dismissed appeal, which I've provided with a rather aggressive stamp on it, the ground floor shower room has been omitted, which obviously has allowed the expansion of bedroom 6 to make that large enough. Some room that was previously in bedroom 5 has been re-provided, so to speak, to bedroom 4. And the ground floor and the second floor shower room has been, I think, slightly reduced in size to give some more space for bedroom 1.
Thanks. I'm happy to propose that this gets planning permission. It hits our space standards, that they're fairly ordinary and normal size shapes of rooms, and I don't think I would feel confident in defending this at appeal.
Councillor Smith, I think, is seconding.
Chairman, I would presume members in doing so would wish to impose conditions for time limit approved plans, necessary SPA issues, and again cycle storage. We don't believe has been yet provided for this, so for a cycle storage provision.
And for a maximum of 7 individuals.
With the addition of the limit to 7 people.
Okay. Okay, unless, I mean, we do have a room that's not up to our space standard.
Chris, I think to fight on the basis that a loo under the stairs is just a little bit too small. I take Mr. Maguire's advice that
That'd
things
be a first. No, I know.
If it works, it's okay.
Well, I can't work out what 0.78 metres looks like, but there you go.
6 pieces of A3 paper, if that assists.
Depends how you use the A3 paper.
All right, okay, well, we've got a proposal in a second. Unless there's anything else, we shall move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? And abstentions?
The motion passes and is conditional permission is granted. 6 votes in favour, 1 abstention.
Is that really 6 pieces of A3? Yeah. Gosh, isn't that fast? Okay, Paynes Road.
Thank you. 3 Paynes Road members will remember they have seen this application before. The case officer has highlighted that key point that PINs have twice found the scheme to be policy compliant, refusing plan permission only because of the lack of Section 106 nitrate contributions, as is detailed in the SMAT. The applicant has already made those contributions in preparation of a hopeful outcome, so that reason of concern has fallen away. This is the change of use of a 6-bed HMO, Class C4, to a 7-bedroom HMO. The application is under for the risk of appeal. It's been registered with the planning inspectorate, but we have not yet had a start date, so we believe we still have the ability to determine it here today. So that would be the outcome. Clearly, if by the time I get back to my desk that has started, this would become what we would have done conclusion. As detailed, while there is a mixture of different room sizes across the road and a slightly unusual layout in that we have a separate dining, kitchen and basement lounge, that layout has been deemed to be acceptable on more than one occasion by the planning inspectorate, and the withhold of plan permission on that basis has been subject to the award of costs against this council already, so we would encourage members to give due regard to that. Furthermore, the change in occupancy 67 is not considered to require plan permission in line with previous advice on this site and indeed similar other ones. But of course, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ian. Deputation on behalf of the agent.
So this application has been refused twice by this committee and dismissed twice by the Inspectorate for lack of nitrate mitigation only. The inspector found the size standard of accommodation to provide a good standard of accommodation when commenting on both previous appeals. The applicant was awarded full costs on the second appeal. The applicant has now provided a signed Section 111 agreement and paid the required mitigation fee. A blanket call-in request by Councillor Vernon Jackson has prevented the professionally qualified planning officer in using his authority to approve this third application by delegated authority. Therefore, the determination date has been missed, thus delaying this application again. The applicant has made the decision to appeal to the Inspectorate for the third time, again seeking costs. To give some context to the planning history, this application was first submitted in May 2019 and refused by Planning Committee twice with the reasoning given such a poor standard of living due to the basement cinema room and no shower facilities adjacent to bed 7 on the ground floor. Two separate inspectors considered the refusals and both agreed the property to provide a good standard of living and fully compliant with policy. Comments included the distance for bed 7 to access a shower as not being excessive, yet both had to refuse due to the lack of agreed nitrate mitigation. Over 4 years later, after yet another delay in determining the application, this has now cost the applicant further time and planning fees in submitting yet another application. In addition to this, there is also an increased time and cost for Portsmouth City Council in dealing with a third application and preparing the item for committee yet again. Portsmouth planning officers have been working hard to try and deliver within agreed deadlines for applications, and this is putting excessive unneeded workloads onto those case officers. This property provides 41 square metres of shared communal area and is fully compliant with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Houses and Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today and I ask that you all agree with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions? Or do we think this application requires planning permission? Do it that way.
It clearly does.
Do we have some words?
As before.
I think Kieran is going to tell us that we should hear them.
Please do.
This proposal is considered development as the current C4 approval is for 6 persons as an HMO, and the extension to additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the building and the corresponding increase in the impact of other local residents on parking, noise, waste, sewerage and amenity impact, as well as the impact on the Solent SPA in an area of extremely high current use as HMOs, with over 40% of houses on this road already being HMOs, and this is considerable overdevelopment.
You included the SPA there.
I did.
I assume you rescind that. Mitigation's been provided.
Okay, fine. As long as it's fine. As long as they do that.
So I would just to be clear, obviously, whether or not it complies with that doesn't go to whether or not it requires planning permission.
Indeed, that's why I left it in.
I would leave it in. However, your reference to the proliferation of HMOs of 40% has no relevance to whether this site requires planning permission.
Thanks. So I'll leave that in then.
Do you have what you need, Ian?
I think over 40% in that road.
Okay, I shall second that on this occasion. Sorry. Those in favour of this application requiring planning permission? Those against? Abstentions?
6 votes in favour, 1 abstention. The committee has resolved that planning permission is required.
Thank you, Kieran. Members, questions? Councillor Vernon Jackson, if you could turn your microphone off, unless you have a question.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Can I ask, looking at this, the plan, on proposed ground floor, do I presume that there is the long corridor on the right, do I presume there is a front door at the end of that, or is that just open access for anybody to wander down?
That is a pathway down the side of the property, yes, with a gate shown at the rear of the pathway.
Okay, and so the front door is on the side, is that right? Okay. And then you go into a hall and you turn right, and it's just that the writing is so small I can read. Is that the dining room that you then go into?
That is correct.
And that's a dining room with not got an ensuite, but it's got a loo and it's got a basin?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we just wait until the applicant comes back and puts a stud wall up there and asks for another bedroom. So they go down into that. Okay, and then in the basement, there is in the lounge, there is a door. Where does that door go out to in the basement?
The back of the property, that goes out into the rear garden.
That goes back into the what?
Into the rear garden.
So the ground floor is one floor above the garden?
No, it's sunken. There's steps. If we can put the images on the screen.
Okay.
Bottom right of that will show you the rear,
okay.
The rear space. I think so. I think it's actually been fitted out as a window. Yeah.
Okay, so it provides some semi-indirect shade as opposed to light.
Well, its purpose is to provide light into there in accordance with the previous inspector's two decisions.
Okay.
This isn't acceptable.
Yeah, no, it'll be a slum, but the inspector has said it's fine to be a slum. Okay.
Judith?
It's not so bad as a sort of an area lights up in near the ceiling. It is a way of getting out to the garden. You could have the door open.
It's a window.
It's just a window, is it? There?
Yep. You could break the window to get out if you wanted, though.
How high is the window? How big is the window?
It's a means of escape window, so it's specifically designed so you can open it to escape, but it is not a door. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Judith, can you turn your microphone off, please, unless you have another question. Anything else? Comments on this application?
I'm sorry. Well, I'm not happy to, but I propose that we give planning permission on the basis that the inspector has given us no other choice.
Councillor Smith is indicating he'd like to second that proposal. Anything else? Okay, those in favour of the proposal to grant planning permission?
If I may, obviously subject to the relevant conditions as detailed.
Yeah, and the limit of 7 people as normal.
Cycle storage would be required just to be secured by condition.
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, who's the seconder?
Sorry, so we'll start again. Planning permission with those conditions is just set out by Ian. Those in favour? Against? Abstentions?
Okay, so planning permission is granted subject to the conditions on a basis of 5 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, Montgomery.
36 Montgomery Road, change of use from a 6-bed C4 HMO to an 8-bed HMO. As highlighted in the SMAT, we have received notification that appeal has been made, but it has not yet started, to our information, so the jurisdiction to determine the application remains with this committee. For the reasons previously discussed, it's not considered that plan permission is required for this increase of occupancy by 2 people. Notwithstanding that, the room sizes, which are detailed in the table under 5.6, meet and exceed all of your standards. And while this is an area that already has over 34% HMO, it's considered that 2 additional occupants will not make any material impact on the mix and balance of the community, and consequently it would, should it be necessary, comply with planning policy.
Over to you.
This application is for a change of use from a 6-person Class C4 house in multiple occupation to an 8-person house in multiple occupation. All bedroom meets or exceed the 10 square metres with the benefit of an ensuite shower room far exceeding the sanitary requirement. The required communal area for 8 persons when all bedrooms meet the 10 metre squared room is 22.5 square metres. This property provides 26.1 square metres of communal space. This application fully complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20, PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Houses in Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I propose that the proposal is considered developed as the current C4 approval is for 6 persons as an HMO, and the extension to an additional people has the potential effect to increase the intensity of use of the buildings, the corresponding increase in the impact of other local residents of parking, noise, waste, sewage, amenity impact, as well as the SPA, particularly in an area where there is over 30% already has HMOs. And this was originally a 2-bedroomed house.
Would anybody like to second?
I'm willing to second that, Chair.
Councillor Candlish is seconding the proposal. Those in favour that this application requires planning permission?
Six votes in favour.
Against? And abstentions?
Motion passes 6 in favour, 1 abstention. Requires planning permission.
Thank you. Questions, members? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Can I ask, looking at the plan, and you're trying to get your bike out to the bike store at the back, you come in the front door, can you get round that corner where the stairs are? And then you go underneath the stairs, and can you get round that corner? If not, the bike store is completely useless.
Yes, you can.
Have you tried?
No.
Who has?
I can tell you from the way to operate a bike, you can get a bike in any place you can get a human being, so you just have to stand it on its rear wheel. This is also, I would remind members, a 6-bed HMO already, and consequently that opportunity is already being taken by residents.
So, to get your bike in, you have to wheel it on its back wheel so it is standing
I'm
up.
not saying that. I'm saying that, that there is no reasonable evidence to suggest you cannot manoeuvre a bike through a corridor around a staircase, as illustrated on this floor plan.
Any further questions? Comments? Would anybody like to propose anything? I don't feel able to.
Well, if I did, I'd propose refusal, but I'd be told off for that.
Perfectly able to do that if you would choose to.
I suppose the other, looking at bedroom 8, half of that is completely unusable as space. I don't know if that's what it looks like now, but that is not a bedroom of usable space of a sensible nature. It's in 2 parts with an ensuite, and it just seems to me that it's only just over the space standard, but it is not a room that is a usable space, and I don't think you can get your bike in and out, except possibly by going through that room.
Does that, I presume that logic applies to bedroom 5 and bedroom 2 as well, doesn't it? 8, 5 and 2, because they've all got the same dog leg. I was just trying to work out.
Except 8 is way smaller than 5.
Yeah, but you still have the same sort of problem. I mean, you could put a little chest of drawers around the corner more easily, actually, in bedroom 8. They've all got the same problem, essentially, of being in two fairly unusable chunks. And we don't have a inspector's conclusion on this, do we? I may have lost the plot. Do we have an inspector's
No, this has been previously looked at by the planning inspector. It has been fully inspected by your licensing team,
Yes.
who obviously will have
Yeah.
looked at the furniture in situ and made those professional judgments and granted it a licence for 8 occupants in November of last year.
And we've also got the problem of bedroom 6 having a very long corridor, which would reduce the size quite a bit. I mean, I think all of those things do reduce the size of all the bedrooms that are awkward under 10 square metres, which renders the communal space too small. And I mean, they've all got these long corridors. Bedroom 1 has as well, and bedroom 1 has got some area that hasn't got the headroom. So on the grounds that these rooms are not really quite the same, don't work really as rooms of the size they're talked about, and they're all of them only just over 10 square metres, certainly 1, 2, 3, 5 are only marginally, and 6 and 8 are easily the amount they are over 10 metres squared is swallowed up by the awkwardness of the room. So I would propose that we should refuse this application on those grounds, because it should have the 32 or so metres squared of combined living space.
That was your proposal?
Yes.
And the wording. I will second the proposal. Are there any other motions, thoughts, ideas? Judith, I'll ask you to switch your microphone off. Thank you.
Sorry, for my benefit, could you repeat the proposal, please, Councillor?
If you could switch your microphone on. just let me
Sorry, I did think that would happen.
The proposal was that we refuse this application on the grounds that bedroom 1, 2, 3 and 8 certainly have not insufficient usable space, and the usable space takes them down below 10 square metres, and therefore the combined living space of 26.1 metres squared is insufficient.
Okay, thank you. You got that, Karen? Yeah.
If members were minded to go in this direction, it's the same argument that we've seen in previous ones, so I'd ask again for the same delegated authority to titivate it around the point, having highlighted it's 1, 2, 3 and 8 that is the point of concern. And obviously if we were to refuse it, we would be refusing it in addition for the current failure to pay contributions to the SBA mitigation.
Okay, unless there is anything else, we will vote on the motion in front of us to refuse planning permission. Those in favour? Me.
It's a unanimous refusal of planning permission for the reasons given.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, Chalkridge Road.
For Chalkridge Road, this is another one which has planning permission to be C4, not yet occurred. So there is not 6 people living there at the moment. So the change of use, from the best of the information we have available, is from the C3 last lawful use to C4. To 7-bed HMO. So that does need plan permission, so that takes away the need for that discussion. However, highly pertinent, the application fully meets, exceeds all of your space standards as detailed in the table at 5.6. And while there is a one other HMO next door in this area of 25 other properties. That's only an 8% mix of HMOs, and consequently the application is fully compliant with your policies for this change of use. Conditions are covered in page 116 and 117 of the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ian. Mr. Williams, over to you. You have 6 minutes to give your deputation.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my case and seek your support in obtaining the sui generis planning permission for my 7-bedroom HMO at 4 Chalkridge Road. My dad and I are proud owners of a construction company with a heartfelt mission. This is to transform empty, run-down properties into high-quality HMOs specifically tailored for dedicated professionals of our National Health Service. The motivation behind our venture stems from a deep appreciation for the exceptional care provided by the NHS. This was evident during the COVID-19 pandemic and also our family's personal struggles, whereby we witnessed remarkable support and compassion for my late mother during her final months battling lung cancer. It is through these experiences that we understand the immense pressure that NHS staff face daily and the importance of their well-being and having a comfortable place to live. From this, we're driven by a strong desire to give back to those who dedicate their lives to caring for others and believe that providing high-quality accommodation is a crucial element in supporting the NHS staff's well-being and ultimately enhancing their ability to deliver optimal healthcare services. With the expansion of the new A&E department at the Queen Alexandra Hospital, there is a clear demand for affordable, accessible and high-quality accommodation for NHS staff. And with 4 Chalkridge Road being an 8-minute walk door-to-door to the QA hospital, it is an optimal location. By working on these HMO projects ourselves, we're able to meticulously plan and execute HMO developments to the highest of standards. I understand that concerns may arise regarding the potential impact on the neighbourhood. However, we take great pride in our work and our attention to detail guarantees that the finished product is not only visually appealing, but also functional and sustainable. 4 Chalkridge Road was an abandoned auction property, which was left derelict and uninhabitable for 2 years. As part of our redevelopment, we have rendered the front of the house to increase its street appeal and create a modern-looking home that fits the character of the road. Additionally, we increased the EPC rating of the house from F to C by installing new double glazing windows and doors, insulating the loft space and installing insulated plasterboard on all exterior facing walls. We've also taken steps to provide adequate parking spaces for the residents. There are two permit spaces for the house and 2 off-street parking spaces which minimise any disruption to local residents. In addition to this, we have also supplied adequate cycle storage, as most of the international nurses and doctors who will be living at the property do not own vehicles. Finally, in order to mitigate noise disturbances, we have installed soundproof plasterboard on all the internal walls and ceilings throughout the property and highlighted the noise regulations on the tenancy agreements. In conclusion, the partnership between our construction company and the NHS staff represents a unique opportunity to create a positive impact within the Portsmouth community. We wholeheartedly believe that by providing high-quality accommodation for NHS professionals, we can contribute to the overall well-being and, in turn, improve the standards of healthcare in Portsmouth and surrounding areas. I kindly request your support in granting our sui generis planning application for our 7-bedroom HMO, enabling us to fulfil our vision and give back to those who dedicate their lives to caring for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you. Members, questions on this application? Comments?
So, looking at paragraph 5.4, it says there's 46.4% of residences in that area that are already HMOs. Or am I on the wrong? No, I think I'm on the wrong one. My apology. That's Telephone Road. My apology.
It says 8%.
Sorry. So, in which case, my proposal would be to grant planning permission, conditional planning permission with the usual with the usual things and with the limit of 7 people.
Councillor Smith is indicating.
Seconded.
Oh, well, there you are.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Anything else? Anybody? Judith, Judith, you can turn your microphone on. Just keep it on, actually. Just might be easier. Anybody else have anything else? Yes, I did. Okay, those in favour of the officer's recommendations, the conditions that we've just discussed.
With the addition of 7 people.
With the conditions we've just.
It's unanimous approval of the officer's report with the addition of the 7-person limit condition.
So you had a rather long wait, but we got through it quite quickly. Okay. Finally, Telephone Road.
So, 30 Telephone Road, there we are. This is a change of use from an existing HMO into a 7-bed HMO. Obviously, within use class C4, it can have up to 6 beds. As you'll see from paragraph 5.5, the last licence record suggests it had 4, in fact 5 beds up to its recent disposal. That's why it no longer has a licence, it was sold. So the change of use may be better described as 5 to 7 occupants. That increase of 2, nevertheless, officers are satisfied does not require plan permission, and consequently unconditional recommendation is provided to it. Should members disagree, obviously they can note that this is an area that's already substantially made up of HMOs. About half the properties are HMOs, but it's considered the addition of those 1 or 2 additional people would not have any adverse implications for the mix and balance of the community, and all the bedrooms, 7 bedrooms, fully meet all the requirements for space standards, as indeed does the associated communal living space. Happy to take any questions otherwise.
Thank you. Okay, deputation on behalf of the Ed.
Thank you. This application is for a change of use from a 6-person Class C4 house into a 7-person house in multiple occupation. All bedrooms meet or exceed the 10 square metres. The required communal area for 7 persons when all bedrooms meet the 10 square metre room size is 22.5 square metres. This property provides 23.61 square metres of communal area. The bathroom requirement for 6 to 10 persons within a HMO is 2 bathrooms with separate WC. This property meets that requirement and provides an additional shower room above that requirement. This application fully complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Houses in Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer has recommended this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you all to fully support this recommendation, saving the time and cost involved in taking this to appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your contributions today. Members, do we believe this planning application requires permission?
Yes. Chair, the proposal is considered development as the current C4 approval is for 6 persons in HMO, and the extension of additional people has potential effect to increase the intensity of use for the building and the corresponding increase in the impact to other local residents of parking, noise, waste, sewerage and amenity impact in an area where there is already over 40% of houses as HMOs, as well as the impact on the Solent SPA.
Okay.
Willing to second that on the basis of consistency.
Thank you, Councillor Candlish. Okay, those in favour of the motion in front of us that this requires planning permission?
Six in favour.
Against? Abstentions?
1 abstention.
Okay.
Motion passes. Planning permission is required.
Thank you, Kieran. Okay, questions? Comments?
I have to propose planning permission, but with the usual conditions and limit to 7 people.
Chairman, if I may, through you, cycle storage is shown on the plans, but I don't believe it's been provided to you. Maybe it's a cycle store condition as well.
Okay, very happy with that.
Councillor Smith, I think, was indicating that you'd like to second with the additions that we've just ran through. Is there anything else from anyone else? on this application? Okay, those in favour of the proposal to grant planning permission with the conditions. Oh,
6 votes in favour.
Against and abstentions.
1 abstention. Motion passes and planning permission is granted conditionally.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you, everybody. That does conclude today's business. It's been a bit of a marathon, but we got there, and I am closing the meeting
Thank you, Chairman.
15:32. Thank you. See you all in 3 weeks.
Well, thank you, Chair.